Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. The summer of 2018 had been one of those suffocating, endless stretches where the heat seemed to press down on everything like a weight you couldn't shake. I was 24 then, working a dead-end job at a warehouse on the outskirts of town, and my best friend Ben was in the same boat, grinding through 12-hour shifts at a nearby factory. We'd been friends since high school, bonded by our shared love of the outdoors and our mutual hatred of routine. That particular Tuesday evening in late February, the thermometer still read 38 degrees Celsius, even as the sun began its descent toward the horizon. The air conditioning in my cramped apartment had given up the ghost 3 days earlier, and the repair technician couldn't come until Friday. Ben had texted me around 4 in the afternoon, his message simple but appealing. Want to get out of this heat? Mount Corrigong's calling. Mount Corrigong stood about 40 minutes' drive from our town, its rugged slopes offering a network of hiking trails that ranged from gentle family walks to challenging climbs that tested even experienced hikers. Ben and I had tackled most of them over the years, but we'd never attempted the main summit trail at night. The idea had been floating around in our conversations for months, always dismissed as too risky or too ambitious for an evening adventure. But that Tuesday, with the oppressive heat making even breathing feel like work, the prospect of cool mountain air and the promise of a spectacular night view seemed worth the risk. I grabbed my hiking pack from the closet, checking that my headlamp still worked and that I had fresh batteries. The familiar weight of the pack felt reassuring as I loaded it with water bottles, energy bars, a first aid kit, and the knife my father had given me for my 18th birthday. Ben picked me up in his battered Ford pickup just as the sun was beginning to cast longer shadows across the suburban streets. He looked as eager as I felt to escape the oppressive atmosphere that had settled over our town like a blanket. His hiking gear was already loaded in the truck bed, and I could see he'd brought extra water and his expensive GPS device, the one he'd saved up for months to buy. "You sure about this?" I asked as we pulled away from my apartment complex. "We've never done Corrigong at night before." Ben grinned, his hands steady on the steering wheel as we navigated through the early evening traffic. "That's exactly why we should do it. Besides, the moon's nearly full tonight. We'll have plenty of light once we get above the tree line." The drive to the mountain took us through increasingly rural countryside, past farms where cattle clustered under whatever shade they could find, and through small communities where the houses seemed to huddle together as if seeking mutual protection from the heat. As we gained elevation, I could feel the temperature dropping slightly, though the air still carried that thick, oppressive quality that had dominated the entire week. We parked at the main trailhead just as the sun was beginning to touch the distant hills. The parking area was empty except for one other vehicle, a dusty sedan that looked like it had been there for hours. A notice board near the trail entrance displayed the usual warnings about carrying sufficient water, staying on marked paths, and being aware of local wildlife. I paused to read the latest updates, noting that there had been several reports of wild dog sightings in the area over the past month. "Wild dogs?" Ben asked, reading over my shoulder. "Since when do we have wild dogs around here?" I shrugged, shouldering my pack and adjusting the straps. "Probably just someone's pets that got loose and went feral. Happens all the time in rural areas like this." But even as I said it, something about those reports nagged at me. The descriptions were oddly consistent across multiple sightings, describing animals that were larger than typical domestic dogs, with unusual coloring and behavior that seemed more aggressive than typical strays. Park rangers had apparently investigated, but found no concrete evidence beyond some questionable tracks and the remains of several native animals. We set off up the trail as the last rays of sunlight filtered through the eucalyptus trees that dominated the lower slopes. The path was well maintained and clearly marked, winding steadily upward through dense bushland that provided welcome relief from the day's heat. The air was filled with the distinctive smell of eucalyptus oil and the earthy scent of dry leaves and bark. For the first hour, our conversation was easy and familiar, covering everything from work frustrations to weekend plans to Ben's ongoing attempts to ask out the woman who worked at the coffee shop near his factory. The physical exertion felt good after a day spent in stuffy indoor environments, and I found myself relaxing into the rhythm of the climb. As darkness began to settle around us, we switched on our headlamps and continued upward. The pools of light cast by our lamps created a small bubble of visibility in the growing darkness, illuminating the path ahead while leaving everything else shrouded in impenetrable blackness. The sounds of the forest began to change as well, with the daytime bird calls giving way to the nocturnal symphony of crickets, possums, and the occasional call of a powerful owl. About halfway up the mountain, we encountered our first kangaroos of the evening, a small mob of eastern greys that bounded away from the trail as our lights swept over them. Their movement was fluid and effortless, disappearing into the darkness beyond our vision as quickly as they had appeared. Ben paused to watch them go, a smile crossing his face in the lamplight. "Never gets old, does it?" he said, seeing them in their natural habitat like that. I nodded, though something about the encounter struck me as slightly odd. The kangaroos had seemed more skittish than usual, their departure more hurried and panicked than the typical cautious retreat I'd observed during previous hikes. They'd also been moving downhill, away from the higher elevations where they typically grazed during cooler evening hours. But these observations were just fleeting thoughts at the time, easily dismissed as we continued our steady progress up the mountain. The trail grew steeper as we gained elevation, and our conversation became more sporadic as we focused on our breathing and footing. The temperature continued to drop, providing blessed relief from the oppressive heat we'd left behind in town. The trail beyond the kangaroo encounter grew significantly more challenging, switching back and forth across steep slopes of loose shale and exposed rock. Our headlamps carved narrow tunnels of light through the darkness, illuminating just enough of the path ahead to keep us moving safely upward. The familiar sounds of the lower forest gradually gave way to the different acoustic signature of higher elevations, where the trees were more sparse and the wind had room to move freely. I'd hiked this section of the trail several times during daylight hours, but experiencing it at night created an entirely different atmosphere. Landmarks that were clearly visible during the day became ambiguous shapes in the darkness, and distances that seemed manageable in sunlight felt stretched and uncertain under the narrow beams of our lights. The darkness seemed to press in around us, creating the sensation that we were moving through a tunnel rather than across an open mountainside. Ben maintained a steady pace ahead of me, his breathing controlled despite the increasing steepness of the trail. He'd always been in better shape than me, a legacy of his high school football days and his commitment to hitting the gym several times a week even now. I found myself working harder to match his rhythm, my own breathing becoming more labored as we gained elevation. "You doing okay back there?" he called over his shoulder, pausing to let me catch up at a switchback where the trail doubled back on itself. "Yeah, just feeling it more than usual," I replied, taking a moment to catch my breath and take a drink from my water bottle. The water was still pleasantly cool, a stark contrast to the warm air that continued to radiate heat even as the sun disappeared completely below the horizon. "It's the heat," Ben said, nodding toward the valley below us, where the lights of town twinkled like scattered stars. "We've been dealing with it all week, and our bodies are probably a bit dehydrated even though we've been drinking water." He was probably right, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something else affecting my energy levels. A kind of persistent unease that seemed to be sapping my strength more than the physical demands of the hike should have warranted. I'd experienced similar feelings before, usually in situations where my subconscious had picked up on subtle danger signals that my conscious mind hadn't yet processed. We continued climbing, passing through zones where the vegetation changed noticeably. The eucalyptus trees that dominated the lower slopes gave way to hardier species, adapted to higher elevations and more extreme weather conditions. The undergrowth became sparser, replaced by hardy grasses and low shrubs that could survive the temperature extremes and strong winds common at altitude. About 2 hours into our hike, we paused at a rocky outcrop that provided a natural resting place and spectacular views of the valley below. During daylight, this spot offered panoramic vistas of the surrounding countryside, but at night it revealed a different kind of beauty. The lights of distant towns and farms created a scattered constellation across the darkness, while overhead the stars blazed with an intensity impossible to see from light-polluted urban areas. "God, look at that," Ben said, switching off his headlamp and encouraging me to do the same. "You never see stars like this from town." He was right. With our artificial lights extinguished, the natural darkness revealed a spectacular display of stars, planets, and the ghostly band of the Milky Way stretching across the sky. The moon, nearly full as Ben had predicted, cast enough light to make out the general shapes of the landscape around us, though details remained hidden in shadow. But as beautiful as the view was, I found myself feeling increasingly uncomfortable as we sat in the darkness. There was something about the quality of the silence around us that seemed wrong, though I couldn't immediately identify what was bothering me. It wasn't that the forest was completely quiet. There were still the normal sounds of nocturnal wildlife and the whisper of wind through the trees, but there was an underlying tension to these sounds that I'd never noticed before. "How much further to the summit?" I asked, eager to get moving again despite the beauty of our rest stop. Ben consulted his GPS device, the small screen casting a blue glow on his face as he checked our position. "Maybe another hour and a half, depending on the terrain ahead. The trail gets pretty rough through the next section." I nodded, though something about the timing felt off. We'd been making good progress, but an hour and a half seemed optimistic for the remaining distance, especially considering the increasing difficulty of the terrain. I'd hiked this trail before, and I remembered the upper sections being particularly challenging, even in daylight. As we prepared to resume our climb, I noticed that Ben seemed to be having his own concerns about the hike, though he was trying to hide them. He checked his GPS more frequently than usual, and I caught him pausing occasionally to listen to the sounds around us with an intensity that suggested he was hearing something that concerned him. "Everything okay?" I asked during one of these pauses. "Yeah, just thought I heard something moving through the brush up ahead," he replied, but his tone suggested he wasn't entirely convinced by his own explanation. "Probably just a possum or something." But as we continued climbing, both of us became increasingly aware that something was different about this hike compared to our previous mountain adventures. The wildlife seemed more active than usual, with frequent sounds of movement in the undergrowth that suggested animals were on the move rather than settled into their normal nocturnal routines. More concerning was the behavior of the few animals we did glimpse in our headlamp beams. A ringtail possum that our lights caught in a tree near the trail seemed unusually agitated, chattering and moving restlessly, rather than simply freezing or moving away as possums typically did when encountered by humans. A wallaby that bounded across the trail ahead of us appeared to be moving with urgent purpose rather than the casual browsing behavior typical of macropods during evening hours. "They're all heading downhill," Ben observed after our third encounter with obviously disturbed wildlife. "Every animal we've seen has been moving away from the summit." I'd noticed the same pattern, and it was starting to create a persistent knot of anxiety in my stomach. In all my years of hiking in this area, I'd never observed such consistent directional movement among the local wildlife. Animals typically moved in response to immediate threats or seasonal feeding patterns, not in the kind of coordinated exodus we seem to be witnessing. "Maybe there's a storm coming," I suggested, though the night sky showed no signs of approaching weather. Animals sometimes sense atmospheric changes before humans do. Ben checked his phone for weather updates, though the signal at our current elevation was sporadic at best. "Nothing showing on the forecast," he said. "Clear skies predicted through tomorrow afternoon." The explanation didn't satisfy either of us, but we continued climbing anyway, both of us probably reluctant to suggest turning back when we'd already invested so much time and energy in reaching the summit. The trail ahead curved around a steep rock face, disappearing into darkness beyond the reach of our headlamps, and we pressed forward into the unknown. The final approach to Mount Corrigong's summit proved to be every bit as challenging as I'd remembered from previous daytime hikes. The trail became little more than a series of rock cairns, marking the route across broken stone and loose scree that shifted treacherously underfoot. Our progress slowed dramatically as we picked our way carefully across terrain that would have been difficult enough in daylight, let alone under the limited visibility provided by our headlamps. Ben took the lead through this section, his more powerful lamp providing slightly better illumination of the hazardous footing ahead. I followed close behind, grateful for the path his light carved through the darkness, but increasingly aware of how isolated we were becoming. The familiar landmarks of the lower trail had given way to an alien landscape of wind-carved rock and hardy vegetation that looked almost otherworldly in the stark beams of our artificial lighting. The temperature had dropped significantly as we gained elevation, providing welcome relief from the oppressive heat we'd left behind in the valley. But the cooling air also carried with it a different quality, a kind of thin stillness that seemed to amplify every sound we made. Our footsteps on the loose stone seemed unnaturally loud, and our breathing echoed off the rock faces around us in ways that made conversation feel almost intrusive. About 3 hours after leaving the parking area, we finally emerged onto the broad, relatively flat summit of Mount Corrigong. The transformation from the claustrophobic rock climbing of the final approach to the open expanse of the mountaintop was dramatic and immediate. After hours of seeing nothing beyond the narrow focus of our headlamps, the summit offered a 360-degree panorama that took my breath away. With the nearly full moon riding high overhead, the view from the summit was spectacular in a way that our daytime visits had never quite captured. The entire region spread out below us like a living map, with the lights of distant communities creating bright nodes connected by the thread-like glow of highways and rural roads. To the east, I could make out the faint glow of the coastal cities, while to the west, the landscape disappeared into darkness broken only by the occasional isolated farm light. "Incredible," Ben said, switching off his headlamp and encouraging me to do the same. "This is why we climb." For several minutes, we simply stood in the natural darkness, allowing our eyes to adjust to the moonlight while drinking in the magnificent view. The wind at the summit was stronger than it had been on the protected slopes below, carrying with it the clean, cold smell of high altitudes and the faint eucalyptus scent that characterized the Australian bush. We found a comfortable spot among the scattered boulders that dotted the summit plateau and settled down to rest and eat some of the food we'd brought with us. The physical exertion of the climb had left both of us genuinely hungry, and the energy bars and trail mix we'd packed tasted better than they had any right to at sea level. "How long do you want to stay up here?" I asked, checking my watch and discovering that it was already past 10 o'clock. The time had passed more quickly than I'd realized, and I was suddenly aware that the descent would take us well past midnight, possibly into the early hours of the morning. "Maybe another half hour?" Ben suggested. "Give us time to really appreciate this view and then start down while we're still feeling good." It seemed like a reasonable plan, and I settled back against a boulder to enjoy the spectacular panorama and the welcome coolness of the mountain air. For the first time since we'd begun the hike, I felt myself beginning to relax. The strange behavior of the wildlife we'd encountered during the ascent seemed less ominous from the security of the open summit, and the nagging sense of unease that had been building throughout the evening began to fade. But even as I tried to enjoy the moment, I became aware that the quality of the silence around us was different from what I'd expected. During previous summit visits, the mountaintop had always been alive with the sounds of wind through the scattered trees and the calls of nocturnal birds that made their homes among the rocky outcrops. Tonight, however, the silence seemed deeper and more complete, broken only by the wind and our own conversation. "It's really quiet up here," Ben observed, apparently noticing the same absence of normal mountain sounds that had caught my attention. "Where are all the night birds?" I listened more carefully, realizing that he was right. The powerful owls that typically hunted from the summit area were nowhere to be heard, nor were the smaller owl species that usually provided a constant background chorus during evening hours. Even the insects seemed unusually quiet, with none of the cricket songs or buzzing that normally accompanied warm summer nights at elevation. "Maybe we're just here at a quiet time," I suggested, though the explanation sounded weak even to me. Wildlife patterns can be pretty random. But as we sat in the unnatural silence, both of us became increasingly aware that something was fundamentally wrong with the atmosphere around us. It wasn't just the absence of expected sounds, it was the quality of the silence itself, as if the normal life of the mountain had been somehow suppressed or driven away. Ben pulled out his GPS device again, ostensibly to check our exact position, but more likely seeking the reassurance of its familiar electronic presence in the growing strangeness of our situation. The small screen cast its blue glow across his face, making his features look pale and concerned in the artificial light. "GPS is acting up," he said, frowning at the device. "It keeps losing signal, which shouldn't happen in an open area like this." I looked over his shoulder at the screen, which showed our position marker jumping erratically across the display rather than maintaining the steady lock typical of good satellite reception. It was another small anomaly to add to the growing list of things that didn't feel quite right about this particular night. "Maybe we should start heading down," I suggested, surprised by how eager I was to leave the summit despite the spectacular view and the hours of effort we'd invested in reaching it. "We've got a long descent ahead of us, and I'd rather tackle the tricky sections while we're still fresh." Ben nodded, though I could see he was reluctant to abandon the summit so quickly. "Yeah, you're probably right. And the sooner we start down, the sooner we'll be back in cell phone range." As we packed up our gear and prepared to leave the summit, I took one last look around the mountaintop, trying to fix the spectacular view in my memory. But instead of the sense of accomplishment and peace I usually felt at the end of a successful climb, I was filled with a growing urgency to get back to lower elevations and the familiar world we'd left behind. The descent route followed the same trail we'd used for the ascent, but approaching it from above in the darkness created an entirely different perspective. What had been a challenging but straightforward climb now appeared as a treacherous descent into a black void that seemed to swallow the beams of our headlamps without providing any real sense of the terrain ahead. The initial stages of our descent from the summit felt more treacherous than I'd anticipated. Every step required careful consideration as we navigated the loose scree and broken rock that characterized the upper reaches of the trail. Our headlamps, which had seemed adequate during the ascent, now felt inadequate for safely negotiating terrain where a single misstep could result in a serious fall. Ben continued to lead, moving with deliberate caution as he tested each foothold before committing his full weight to it. I followed close behind, grateful for the path he was choosing, but increasingly aware of how vulnerable we were in this harsh, exposed terrain. The wind at our backs felt stronger than it had on the summit, and it carried with it an odd, unsettling quality that made me want to move faster, despite the obvious dangers of hurrying over such difficult ground. About 20 minutes into the descent, we reached the relative safety of the marked trail, where rock cairns gave way to the more familiar blazes painted on trees and fence posts. The transition from rock scrambling to normal hiking felt like a huge relief, and I found myself breathing more easily as we entered the protective embrace of the forest that covered the mountain's middle elevations. But if I'd expected the forested sections of the descent to feel more comfortable and familiar, I was quickly disappointed. The trees that had provided welcome shade and a sense of intimacy during our afternoon ascent now seemed to press in around us, creating a claustrophobic tunnel effect that made our headlamp beams feel even more inadequate. Shadows danced and shifted at the edges of our vision, creating the persistent impression that we were being observed or followed. "This feels different than it did on the way up," Ben said, voicing the same concern that had been growing in my own mind. "The whole atmosphere of the place has changed." I nodded, though I wasn't sure he could see the gesture in the darkness behind him. The forest did feel fundamentally different, as if some essential quality had shifted during the hours we'd spent on the summit. What had been merely dim and challenging during our ascent now felt actively oppressive, charged with a tension that seemed to emanate from the darkness beyond our lights. Our pace during this section was necessarily slower than it had been during the ascent, as the downhill terrain required constant vigilance to avoid stumbling over roots and rocks that were invisible until we were almost upon them. But despite the reasonable pace, both of us seemed eager to cover ground quickly, as if some unspoken urgency was driving us away from the heights we'd just conquered. About an hour into the descent, we encountered our first wildlife since leaving the summit, and the encounter immediately confirmed that something was seriously wrong with the mountain's ecosystem. A large wombat emerged from the undergrowth directly ahead of us, moving across the trail with none of the typical caution these animals usually displayed around humans. Instead of freezing or moving away when our lights hit it, the wombat seemed completely oblivious to our presence, continuing its journey with a kind of mindless determination that was deeply unsettling. "That's weird," Ben said, stopping to watch the animal disappear into the darkness on the opposite side of the trail. Wombats are usually way more aware of their surroundings than that. But what was even more disturbing than the wombat's behavior was its physical condition. In the brief moment when our lights had illuminated it clearly, I'd noticed that the animal appeared to be in poor health, with patches of missing fur and a gait that suggested injury or illness. Its eyes, when they'd reflected our lamplight, had seemed unusually bright and somehow wrong, though I couldn't immediately identify what had bothered me about them. "Did you see its eyes?" I asked Ben as we resumed our descent. "Yeah, they looked, I don't know, different somehow, like they were reflecting too much light, or the wrong color." We continued downward, but the encounter with the wombat had shaken both of us more than we wanted to admit. In all our years of hiking in these mountains, we'd never seen a native animal behave with such apparent disorientation and lack of natural caution. Combined with the unusual wildlife movement patterns we'd observed during the ascent, it was becoming clear that something was seriously disturbing the normal balance of the mountain's ecosystem. The trail through this section wound back and forth across steep slopes, requiring constant attention to footing and direction. But despite the need to focus on immediate navigation concerns, I found my attention increasingly drawn to the sounds coming from the forest around us. There was definitely movement in the undergrowth, frequent crashing and rustling that suggested large animals were active throughout the area. Under normal circumstances, such activity wouldn't have been particularly concerning. Australian forests were home to numerous large marsupials, and nocturnal movement was perfectly normal. But the sounds we were hearing seemed different from the typical browsing and traveling behavior of kangaroos, wallabies, and wombats. There was an urgency to the movement, a kind of restless energy that suggested the animals were fleeing rather than simply going about their normal nighttime activities. "Everything's moving downhill," Ben observed, echoing the same pattern we'd noticed during our ascent. "Every animal sound we're hearing is heading away from the summit." He was right, and the consistency of the pattern was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Whatever was affecting the mountain's wildlife was apparently centered somewhere above us, driving the animals toward lower elevations with enough force to overcome their normal territorial behaviors and feeding patterns. About 2 hours into our descent, we reached a section of trail that I remembered clearly from previous daytime hikes. It was a relatively flat stretch that followed a natural bench across the mountainside, offering easy walking and spectacular views during daylight hours. I'd been looking forward to reaching this section, expecting it to provide a welcome break from the challenging downhill navigation we'd been dealing with. But as we emerged onto the bench trail, both of us immediately noticed that something was wrong with the atmosphere around us. The wind, which had been a constant presence throughout our descent, had completely died away, leaving an unnatural stillness that seemed to muffle even the sounds of our own movement. More disturbing was the absolute silence from the forest around us, a complete absence of the wildlife sounds that had been our constant, if concerning, companions throughout the evening. "This doesn't feel right," Ben said, stopping in the middle of the trail and turning to face me. "When did everything get so quiet?" I couldn't pinpoint exactly when the change had occurred, but he was absolutely right. The forest around us had fallen into a silence so complete that it seemed almost artificial, as if someone had suddenly turned off a sound system that had been providing background noise. Even our own breathing and footsteps seemed muted, absorbed by the oppressive stillness that had settled over the mountainside. "Maybe we should pick up the pace," I suggested, though I wasn't sure why I felt such urgency to get through this particular section of trail. "We've still got a long way to go, and I'd like to get to more familiar territory." Ben nodded, but instead of immediately resuming our descent, he pulled out his GPS device again and spent several minutes trying to get a clear reading on our position. The blue glow of the screen seemed unnaturally bright in the encompassing darkness, and I could see his growing frustration as the device continued to provide erratic and inconsistent readings. "This thing is completely useless tonight," he said, finally giving up and putting the device away. Either there's something wrong with the satellites, or there's some kind of interference up here that's blocking the signal. Electronic interference in wilderness areas was virtually unheard of, and GPS devices were specifically designed to work reliably even in remote locations. The persistent problems we were experiencing with navigation technology seemed like yet another piece of evidence that something was fundamentally wrong with our situation. As we prepared to resume our descent, I took one last look back toward the summit we'd left behind, now invisible in the darkness above us. For just a moment, I thought I saw something moving against the starlit sky, a dark shape that seemed too large and too purposeful to be explained by wind-blown vegetation or the normal movement of tree branches. But when I looked more carefully, focusing my attention on the spot where I thought I'd seen the movement, there was nothing there except the familiar silhouettes of eucalyptus trees against the night sky. Still, the brief glimpse had left me with an unsettling impression of something watching our progress, tracking our movement down the mountainside with an intelligence and intent that went far beyond normal animal curiosity. The bench trail that had initially seemed like a welcome respite from the steep descent quickly became one of the most unnerving sections of our entire hike. What should have been easy, level walking across the mountainside instead felt like a journey through an alien landscape where normal natural processes had been somehow suspended or corrupted. The most immediately noticeable change was in the vegetation itself. During our daylight hikes, this section of trail had been characterized by healthy eucalyptus forest with an understory of native shrubs and ferns. Tonight, however, our headlamps revealed trees that looked stressed and unhealthy, with drooping leaves and an unusual amount of dead branch material. Even more disturbing, many of the plants seemed to be covered with what looked like a fine web-like substance that glittered strangely in our artificial light. "What is that stuff?" Ben asked, stopping to examine a shrub that was completely encased in the gossamer material. "I've never seen spiderwebs like this before." I leaned in for a closer look and immediately wished I hadn't. The substance coating the vegetation wasn't spiderweb, despite its superficial resemblance. It was thicker and more substantial, with an almost organic quality that suggested it might be some kind of secretion rather than a natural web structure. More disturbing was the smell that emanated from it, a sweet, cloying odor that reminded me of decomposing organic matter. "Let's keep moving," I said, backing away from the affected shrub and trying to ignore the way the strange material seemed to pulse slightly in our lamplight. "I don't want to stay in this area any longer than we have to." But as we continued along the bench trail, it became clear that whatever was affecting the vegetation was widespread throughout this section of the forest. Tree after tree showed signs of the same coating, and the ground itself seemed to be covered with patches of similar material that squelched unpleasantly underfoot when we accidentally stepped on them. More concerning was the increasing evidence of animal remains scattered throughout the area. What I initially took for fallen branches revealed themselves to be bones when examined more closely, bleached white and scattered in patterns that suggested they'd been there for some time. Some were clearly identifiable as belonging to common forest animals, wallaby femurs and kangaroo ribs, but others were larger and less familiar, suggesting that whatever was affecting this area wasn't limiting itself to small prey. "This is seriously messed up," Ben said, his voice tight with growing anxiety as we navigated around yet another pile of scattered bones. "What could cause this kind of devastation?" I didn't have an answer, and I wasn't sure I wanted to speculate about the possibilities. The evidence around us suggested that some kind of predator had been using this section of forest as a feeding ground, but the scale of the remains and the systematic nature of their distribution went far beyond anything I'd ever associated with known Australian wildlife. As we pressed deeper into the affected area, our headlamps began revealing signs of even more disturbing activity. Gouges in tree bark that looked like claw marks, but far larger and deeper than anything that could be produced by native animals. Patches of ground that had been churned up as if by some kind of violent struggle, with deep furrows that extended for meters across the forest floor. Most unsettling of all were the trees themselves. Many of them showed signs of having been deliberately damaged, with branches torn away and bark stripped in patterns that seemed too systematic to be the result of natural causes or normal animal behavior. Some trees had been completely girdled, their bark removed in neat spirals that would inevitably kill them, while others had been partially uprooted, their exposed root systems creating treacherous obstacles across the trail. "We need to get out of here," I said, no longer caring whether my growing panic was obvious in my voice. Whatever's been doing this might still be around. Ben nodded, but before we could increase our pace, he grabbed my arm and pointed ahead into the darkness. "Look at that," he whispered. About 50 meters ahead of us, just at the edge of our combined lamplight, something large was moving through the forest. At first I thought it might be a kangaroo or large wallaby, but as we watched, it became clear that the movement pattern was wrong for any marsupial. The creature, whatever it was, seemed to be moving with deliberate purpose, following what might have been a game trail through the undergrowth. We stood motionless, hoping to avoid attracting its attention while trying to get a better look at what we were dealing with. But the creature remained tantalizingly at the edge of visibility, a dark shape that seemed to shift and flow through the forest with an unsettling, fluid grace. "Can you see what it is?" Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the oppressive silence around us. I shook my head, straining to make out details in the shifting shadows beyond our lights. The creature appeared to be roughly the size of a large dog, but its proportions seemed wrong somehow, as if its limbs were too long or its body too narrow for a normal quadruped. More disturbing was the way it moved, with a kind of purposeful intensity that suggested intelligence rather than simple animal instinct. As we watched, the creature paused in its movement and seemed to turn in our direction. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought it had detected our presence and was preparing to approach us, but instead, it simply stood motionless for several seconds before resuming its journey through the forest, disappearing into the darkness beyond our vision. "Did you see the way it moved?" Ben asked, his voice still barely above a whisper. That wasn't normal animal behavior. I knew exactly what he meant. The creature's movement had been characterized by an unsettling combination of stealth and confidence, as if it were completely comfortable in its environment while simultaneously being aware that it needed to avoid detection. It was the kind of behavior I associated with experienced predators, but scaled up to a size and level of apparent intelligence that didn't match anything in my knowledge of local wildlife. "We need to get off this trail," I said, looking around for alternative routes down the mountainside. "If that thing is using this area as hunting territory, we don't want to walk right into it." But as I examined our surroundings more carefully, I realized that leaving the marked trail might be even more dangerous than staying on it. The forest on either side of the path was dense and treacherous, filled with the same evidence of predator activity that had been disturbing us along the trail itself. Moreover, without the navigation aid of trail markers, we risked becoming lost in terrain that was challenging enough to navigate even with clear waypoints. "Let's just move as quickly and quietly as we can," Ben suggested. "Try to get through this section and back to more normal forest." It seemed like the best available option, though the idea of hurrying through unknown territory in darkness, while potentially being stalked by an unknown predator, was hardly comforting. We adjusted our pace, moving as quickly as safety allowed while trying to minimize the noise of our passage. But as we pressed forward through the affected section of forest, it became increasingly clear that our situation was more serious than either of us had initially realized. The evidence of predator activity wasn't limited to a small area. It extended throughout the entire length of the bench trail, suggesting that whatever was responsible for the devastation had established a significant territory in this part of the mountain. More concerning was the growing realization that the creature we'd glimpsed might not be alone. As we moved deeper into its apparent territory, we began hearing sounds from multiple directions, suggesting that there might be several large predators active in the area around us. The sounds were subtle at first, just the occasional crack of a branch or rustle of leaves that could easily be dismissed as wind or settling vegetation. But as we continued our descent, the sounds became more frequent and more obviously the result of large animals moving through the forest with deliberate intent. "There's more than one of them," Ben said, his voice tight with controlled fear as we paused to listen to the sounds coming from the darkness around us. "And I think they know we're here." The realization that we might be surrounded by multiple unknown predators hit us with the force of physical blow. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to run, to abandon caution, and simply flee down the mountainside as quickly as possible. But the rational part of my mind recognized that panic would be our enemy in this situation. Whatever was stalking us through the forest was clearly comfortable in this terrain and experienced in hunting. Our only advantages were our lights, our human intelligence, and our ability to stay calm under pressure. "We need to stick together and keep moving," I whispered to Ben, though even that quiet communication felt dangerously loud in the oppressive silence around us. "No sudden movements, no running unless we absolutely have to." Ben nodded, his face pale in the reflected glow of our headlamps. I could see that he was struggling with the same conflicting impulses that were tearing at me, the primal urge to flee warring with the knowledge that flight might trigger an attack from creatures that were almost certainly faster and more agile than we could ever hope to be. We resumed our descent, but now every step felt like a calculated risk. The trail that had seemed reasonably clear and well marked during our ascent now appeared to be an obstacle course of potential hiding places and ambush points. Every shadow beyond our lamplight could conceal a waiting predator. Every sound could signal the beginning of an attack. The forest around us had fallen into a silence so complete that it felt supernatural. Not even the whisper of wind through the trees broke the oppressive quiet, and our own breathing and footsteps seemed amplified to an almost unbearable degree. It was as if the entire ecosystem had been holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. About 10 minutes into this nightmarish section of our descent, we encountered something that stopped us both dead in our tracks. Stretched across the trail ahead of us, barely visible in our combined lamplight, was what appeared to be the remains of a large animal. But this wasn't like the scattered bones we'd been seeing throughout the affected area. This was a fresh kill, so recent that I could see steam still rising from the exposed flesh. "Oh God," Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the crushing silence around us. What could do something like that? The carcass was that of an adult male kangaroo, one of the large eastern greys that were common throughout these mountains. But it had been killed and partially consumed in a way that defied everything I thought I knew about predator behavior. The animal had been opened with surgical precision, its internal organs removed with an efficiency that spoke of vast experience and intelligence. More disturbing than the method of killing was the apparent freshness of the kill. Blood was still pooling beneath the carcass, and the smell of death was sharp and immediate in the night air. Whatever had killed this kangaroo had done so very recently, possibly even while we were moving through the area above. "It's still warm," Ben said, though he made no move to approach the remains for a closer examination. This just happened. The implications were terrifying. Not only were we sharing this section of forest with unknown predators, but those predators were actively hunting in our immediate vicinity. The kangaroo had been a large, powerful animal capable of defending itself against most natural threats. Whatever had killed it so efficiently was clearly a formidable predator with capabilities that went far beyond those of any native Australian species I was familiar with. As we stood frozen beside the fresh kill, trying to process the implications of what we were seeing, I became aware that the quality of the silence around us had changed again. It was no longer the empty quiet of a forest holding its breath. Now it carried an undertone of expectation, as if unseen watchers were observing our reactions and preparing to respond to our next move. "We can't stay here," I whispered to Ben, though every fiber of my being was reluctant to move past the gruesome evidence of predatory power spread across the trail ahead of us. "We need to get away from this kill site before whatever did this comes back." But as we prepared to edge around the carcass and continue our descent, a new sound froze us in place. It came from somewhere uphill, back in the direction of the summit we'd left hours earlier. A low, guttural vocalization that seemed to combine elements of a growl, a roar, and something else entirely, something that didn't fit into any category of animal sound I'd ever heard. The sound was answered almost immediately by similar calls from at least 2 other directions, creating a triangulation of predatory communication that left no doubt about our situation. We were surrounded, and whatever was surrounding us was coordinating its movements with a level of intelligence that turned my blood to ice water. "They're talking to each other," Ben whispered, his voice cracking with barely controlled terror. "They're organizing." The realization that we were dealing with predators capable of complex communication and coordinated hunting behavior shattered whatever remaining hope I might have had that we could simply walk away from this situation. These weren't random scavengers or even typical territorial predators. They were sophisticated hunters working together to trap their prey, and we had walked directly into their territory. The calls continued for several more seconds, a conversation in an alien language that nonetheless conveyed clear intent and purpose. Then, as suddenly as they had begun, the vocalization stopped, leaving us in a silence that felt even more oppressive and threatening than the sounds had been. "They know exactly where we are," I said, stating the obvious but needing to voice the terrible truth of our situation. "And they're deciding what to do about us." In the distance, so faint that I initially thought I might be imagining it, I could hear the sound of movement through the forest, not the random rustling of wind-blown vegetation or the casual passage of browsing animals, but the deliberate movement of large bodies through undergrowth, approaching our position with obvious intent. "We need to get our knives ready," Ben said, reaching into his pack and withdrawing the hunting knife he always carried on our hiking trips. "If they're going to attack, we need to be prepared to defend ourselves." I followed his example, drawing my own knife and checking that the blade was secure and sharp. The familiar weight of the weapon in my hand provided some small measure of comfort, though I harbored no illusions about our chances if we were forced to fight multiple large predators in their own territory. The sounds of approaching movement were getting closer now, and they seemed to be coming from multiple directions simultaneously. Whatever was stalking us wasn't approaching directly, but was instead maneuvering to surround us completely, cutting off any possible escape routes and ensuring that we would have no choice but to stand and fight when the moment came. "Back to back," Ben suggested, positioning himself so that we could cover all directions while maintaining visual contact with each other. "Try to keep them in front of our lights." It was a sound tactical decision, but as we stood in our defensive formation beside the butchered remains of the kangaroo, I couldn't help but feel that we were merely going through the motions of resistance. Whatever was hunting us had clearly done this before, and our amateur attempts at self-defense were unlikely to be more than a minor inconvenience to creatures that had already demonstrated their ability to kill large, powerful animals with frightening efficiency. The movement sounds were very close now, just beyond the reach of our combined lamplight. I could hear the careful placement of feet, the deliberate parting of vegetation, the controlled breathing of large predators preparing for the final phase of their hunt. And then, just at the edge of our vision, I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking us through the mountain forest. What emerged from the darkness at the edge of our lamplight was unlike anything I had ever seen or imagined. At first glance, it might have been mistaken for an unusually large dog, but even a moment's observation revealed proportions and characteristics that belonged to no domestic animal or known wild species. The creature stood approximately 4 feet tall at the shoulder, with a body length that seemed to extend well beyond normal canine proportions. Its limbs were longer and more muscular than those of any dog, giving it a predatory grace that was both beautiful and terrifying. But it was the creature's head that truly marked it as something outside the normal order of nature. The skull was elongated and narrow, with powerful jaws that seemed designed for crushing bone rather than the tearing action typical of most predators. When the creature opened its mouth, revealing teeth that gleamed white in our lamplight, I could see canines that were far longer and more developed than those of any natural carnivore. Its eyes reflected our light with an intensity that spoke of exceptional night vision. But there was something else in that gaze, an intelligence that was uncomfortably close to human. "What the hell is that thing?" Ben whispered, his voice barely audible even in the crushing silence that surrounded us. The creature stood motionless at the edge of our light, studying us with an intensity that made it clear we were being evaluated rather than simply observed. Its head moved slightly as it shifted its gaze between the two of us, and I had the unsettling impression that it was assessing our potential as prey, calculating the best approach for an attack. But even more disturbing than the creature's physical appearance was the evidence of its recent feeding. Its muzzle and front legs were stained with fresh blood, and I could see fragments of what looked like fur caught in its teeth. The kangaroo carcass at our feet was clearly its work, and the creature showed no signs of being intimidated by our presence near its kill. As we stood frozen in our defensive positions, trying to process what we were seeing, movement at the periphery of our vision revealed that the first creature wasn't alone. Two more of the things emerged from the darkness on our flanks, moving with the same fluid grace and obvious intelligence that characterized their companion. All three creatures were similar in size and general appearance, but I could see subtle differences that suggested they might be different individuals rather than some kind of collective entity. One was slightly smaller than the others, with markings around its eyes that looked almost like war paint. Another had what appeared to be scars across its shoulder and flank, evidence of previous battles that it had survived. "Three of them," Ben said, his voice tight with controlled terror as he tracked the movements of the creatures surrounding us. "And I think there might be more in the darkness." He was right. Even though only 3 of the creatures were visible in our lamplight, I could hear sounds of movement from other directions that suggested we were facing a larger pack. These weren't random scavengers drawn by the scent of fresh kill. They were organized hunters working together to trap and eliminate a perceived threat to their territory. The lead creature, the largest of the 3 we could see clearly, took a step closer to us. Its movement was fluid and confident, showing no signs of fear or hesitation. When it opened its mouth, the sound that emerged was the same guttural vocalization we'd heard earlier, but delivered at close range, it carried an undertone of menace that made my skin crawl. The call was answered immediately by its companions, creating a chorus of alien sounds that seemed to reverberate through the forest around us. But more disturbing than the volume was the obvious communication taking place. These creatures weren't simply making noise, they were coordinating their actions with a level of sophistication that suggested intelligence comparable to that of pack-hunting mammals like wolves or wild dogs. "They're planning something," I said, though stating the obvious provided no comfort in our desperate situation. "We need to make them think we're more dangerous than we actually are." Ben raised his knife, holding it in a position where the blade would catch and reflect our lamplight. "Maybe if we show them we're armed, they'll decide we're not worth the trouble." But even as he spoke, both of us realized how futile our weapons would be against creatures of this size and apparent ferocity. The knives that had seemed adequate for general hiking safety now felt like toys in the face of predators that had demonstrated their ability to kill animals far larger and more powerful than ourselves. The lead creature took another step forward, and I could see its muscles tensing in preparation for what I was certain would be an attack. Its eyes never left our faces, and there was something in that predatory gaze that spoke of vast experience in hunting intelligent prey. But then, just as I was preparing for the creature to spring forward, something unexpected happened. The fresh carcass of the kangaroo that lay between us and the predators began to emit a low sound, a kind of wet gurgling that suggested the animal might not be as dead as we had assumed. All 3 creatures immediately shifted their attention to the carcass, their predatory focus momentarily broken by the possibility that their prey might still be alive. It was a distraction that lasted only seconds, but it provided us with our first real opportunity since the encounter had begun. "Now," I whispered to Ben, recognizing that we might not get another chance to improve our position. "Move toward that big tree. Slowly." The tree I'd indicated was a massive eucalyptus about 10 meters to our right, with a trunk large enough to provide some protection if we could reach it. More importantly, its lower branches were thick enough to support our weight if we could manage to climb beyond the reach of ground-based predators. We began moving sideways, maintaining our back-to-back formation while edging toward the potential refuge of the tree. The creatures noticed our movement immediately, but their attention was still partially focused on the kangaroo carcass, which had fallen silent again but continued to command their interest. Step by careful step, we covered the distance to the tree, expecting at any moment to trigger an attack that would end our desperate attempt at escape. But the creatures seemed content to watch our progress, perhaps confident that they could run us down easily if we attempted to flee. When we reached the base of the eucalyptus, Ben immediately began examining the trunk for handholds that would allow us to climb. The bark was rough and deeply furrowed, providing plenty of grip for experienced climbers, but getting started would require one of us to be vulnerable while the other provided protection. "I'll go first," Ben said, handing me his knife so that I would be armed with both weapons during the critical moments when he would be unable to defend himself. "Try to keep them back until I can get high enough to help pull you up." It was a reasonable plan, But as Ben began his climb, the largest of the creatures finally lost interest in the kangaroo carcass and focused its full attention on our escape attempt. The intelligence in its eyes was unmistakable as it calculated angles and distances, clearly planning its attack to coincide with the moment when we would be most vulnerable. The creature gathered itself for a spring just as Ben reached the first substantial branch, about 3 meters above the ground. With a fluid motion that spoke of tremendous power and coordination, it launched itself toward the tree, its jaws gaping wide and its claws extended for maximum damage. I had perhaps 2 seconds to react, and in that time I made a decision that probably saved both our lives. Instead of trying to stab the creature with one of the knives, I grabbed the most powerful flashlight from my pack and aimed its beam directly into the predator's eyes at the moment of its attack. The intense light, concentrated and sudden after the creature's adaptation to darkness, had an immediate and dramatic effect. The predator's leap faltered midair, and it crashed into the base of the tree with a bone-jarring impact that sent it tumbling back toward its companions. "Climb!" Ben shouted from above, extending his hand to help pull me up toward the relative safety of the branches. The light hurt it, but it won't stay down long. The temporary advantage provided by the flashlight's blinding effect lasted only seconds, but it was enough time for me to scramble up the rough bark of the eucalyptus with Ben's assistance. As I pulled myself onto the first substantial branch, I could hear the injured creature below us recovering from its collision with the tree trunk, its vocalizations now carrying a note of pain and fury that made it clear our defensive success had only intensified its desire for revenge. From our elevated position, roughly 4 meters above the ground, we had a better view of what we were dealing with. The 3 creatures we'd seen clearly were indeed part of a larger pack, with at least 2 more of the things visible at the edge of our combined lamplight. They moved with coordinated purpose around the base of the tree, testing the bark with their claws and clearly calculating whether they could follow us into the branches. "Can they climb?" Ben asked, voicing the question that was foremost in both our minds. "Because if they can, we're trapped up here." I studied the creature's anatomy more carefully, looking for clues about their climbing ability. Their claws were certainly substantial enough for gripping bark, and their limb proportions suggested considerable strength and agility, but their body weight and muscle mass seemed optimized for ground-based hunting rather than arboreal locomotion. "I don't think so," I said, though I wasn't entirely confident in my assessment. "They're built more like pursuit predators than climbers, but we can't stay up here indefinitely." Below us, the largest creature was indeed testing its ability to ascend the tree trunk. Its claws found purchase in the deep furrows of the eucalyptus bark, and it managed to pull itself several feet off the ground before its weight and the smooth sections of trunk defeated its efforts. Each attempt brought it closer to success, however, and I realized that given enough time and determination, it might eventually find a way to reach our refuge. The other members of the pack were taking a different approach to the problem we represented. Rather than focusing on immediate attack, they seemed to be settling in for a siege, positioning themselves around the tree in a formation that would prevent any attempt at escape. Their patience and tactical thinking were more disturbing than their physical capabilities, suggesting a level of intelligence that put them closer to human reasoning than animal instinct. "They're going to wait us out," Ben observed, coming to the same conclusion I'd reached. "They know we can't stay up here forever." He was right, and our situation was more precarious than it might initially appear. While we were temporarily safe from direct attack, we were also trapped without food, water, or any means of communication with the outside world. More importantly, the creatures below showed no signs of losing interest or wandering away to pursue easier prey. As I considered our limited options, I noticed that the forest around us was beginning to show the first subtle signs of approaching dawn. The absolute darkness that had concealed the full extent of our predicament was starting to give way to the barely perceptible lightning that preceded sunrise. While dawn was still hours away, the gradual increase in ambient light might provide us with opportunities that had been impossible in complete darkness. "How much battery life do we have left in our lights?" I asked Ben, suddenly aware that our flashlights and headlamps had been running continuously for many hours. We might need to conserve power for when we really need it. Ben checked his equipment, his face grim as he calculated the remaining charge. Maybe another hour of useful light from the headlamps, longer if we use them sparingly. The big flashlight that scared off the attack probably has more, but not much. It was better than I'd feared, but still far from adequate for what we might need to do. If the creatures maintained their siege until full daylight, we would have several hours during which our artificial lighting would be useless, leaving us dependent on natural vision that would be inferior to the night-adapted eyes of our predators. As we discussed our situation, one of the creatures below us did something that chilled me to the bone. Rather than continuing to test the tree trunk for climbing possibilities, it moved away from our position and began what appeared to be a systematic patrol of the surrounding area. I watched in horrified fascination as it moved from tree to tree, testing each one for its potential as an escape route. "It's checking the other trees," I whispered to Ben, "making sure we can't jump to another trunk and get away." The creature's methodical approach to cutting off our escape options demonstrated a level of tactical thinking that was genuinely terrifying. These weren't simple predators operating on instinct alone. They were intelligent hunters, capable of complex problem-solving and long-term strategic planning. But even as I watched the creature's systematic patrol, I noticed something that might provide us with a slim chance of escape. About 20 meters from our current position, slightly downhill from where we were trapped, stood another large eucalyptus tree whose canopy nearly touched that of our refuge. The gap between the trees was significant, perhaps 3 meters at the closest point, but it might be possible to make the jump if we timed it correctly. More importantly, the patrolling creature hadn't yet tested this particular tree for climbing accessibility. If we could reach it without being detected, we might find a route down that would put us beyond the immediate reach of the pack. "Look at that tree," I whispered to Ben, pointing out the potential escape route. "Think we could make that jump?" Ben studied the distance and the angles involved, his expression thoughtful despite our desperate circumstances. "Maybe if we got a good running start along this branch. But we'd have to time it perfectly, and we'd only get one chance." He was right about the timing. The jump would have to be made while the creatures were distracted or focused elsewhere, and any mistake would send us crashing to the ground directly into the midst of the pack. But staying in our current position offered no better prospects, and at least attempting an escape would give us some control over our fate. "Wait for my signal," I said, watching the patrol patterns of the creatures below us. "When that big one moves far enough away, we'll make our move." For the next several minutes, we waited and watched, learning the rhythm of the pack's movements and looking for the optimal moment to attempt our desperate escape. The creatures maintained their positions with the patience of experienced hunters, but their attention seemed to be focused primarily on preventing us from descending our current tree, rather than monitoring the surrounding canopy. Finally, the moment came. The largest creature had moved to investigate something in the distance, and the others were momentarily focused on its activities rather than our position. It was the best opportunity we were likely to get. "Now," I whispered to Ben, and together we rose from our concealed positions and began moving as quickly and quietly as possible along the thick branch that extended toward our target tree. The branch held our combined weight without any alarming sounds or movements, and we covered the distance to the jumping point faster than I had dared hope. Below us, the creatures hadn't yet noticed our movement, their attention still focused on their leader's distant patrol. "Together," Ben said, and we launched ourselves across the gap between the trees with all the strength and coordination we could muster. For a terrifying moment, we hung suspended in midair, and I was certain that we had misjudged the distance and would fall short of our target. But then Ben's outstretched hand caught a branch of the destination tree, and his grip held long enough for both of us to scramble into the relative safety of the new canopy. The sound of our landing immediately attracted the attention of the pack below, and their vocalizations filled the forest with an alien chorus of frustration and renewed determination. But we had successfully broken their siege, and now we had access to a tree that offered multiple routes down to ground level. "Keep moving," I urged Ben as we began our rapid descent through the branches of our new refuge. "They'll be here in seconds." We half climbed, half fell through the eucalyptus canopy, driven by the sound of approaching predators and the knowledge that our window of opportunity was measured in seconds rather than minutes. When we reached a point about 2 meters above the ground, we simply dropped, landing hard but intact on the forest floor. "Run," Ben said, and we plunged into the darkness of the forest, abandoning stealth for speed as we crashed through undergrowth and leaped over obstacles that our headlamps revealed at the last possible moment. Behind us, the sounds of pursuit were immediate and terrifying. The creatures had apparently anticipated our escape attempt and were already moving to intercept us, but we had the advantage of desperation and the knowledge that capture meant certain death. For the next hour, we ran through forest that became increasingly familiar as we descended toward the lower elevations. Our headlamps carved tunnels of light through the darkness, revealing the blessed sight of normal, healthy vegetation and the absence of the predatory spoor that had marked the hunting territory above. When we finally reached the parking area where Ben's truck waited, both of us were exhausted, bloodied by branches and thorns, and shaking with residual terror. But we were alive, and the familiar sight of human civilization had never looked more beautiful. "We need to report this," Ben said as we drove away from the mountain, his hands trembling slightly on the steering wheel. "People need to know what's up there." I nodded, though I was already wondering whether anyone would believe our story. The creatures we'd encountered didn't fit into any category of known wildlife, and our tale of intelligent predators coordinating attacks would sound like fantasy to park rangers and wildlife officials. But as we descended into the valley and the lights of town grew brighter ahead of us, I made a silent promise to myself. Whatever those things were and wherever they had come from, I would never again venture into the mountains at night. Some discoveries were too dangerous to repeat, and some knowledge was too terrible to verify. The sun was rising as we reached the safety of Ben's apartment, and in the growing light of dawn, the nightmare we'd experienced already seemed impossible and distant. But the memory of those intelligent, predatory eyes would stay with me forever, a reminder that the world still held mysteries that were better left unexplored. God help anyone else who might encounter those creatures unprepared for what waited in the darkness of Mount Corrigong's upper slopes. The September air bit at my exposed skin as Kevin and I shouldered our packs at the trailhead. At 32, I thought I knew these mountains well enough, but this particular route through the Cascade Range had always eluded my hiking schedule. The parking area sat empty except for our dusty pickup truck. No other vehicles, no day hikers, no weekend warriors. Just us and approximately 47 square miles of designated wilderness area stretching ahead. Kevin adjusted his pack straps, the metallic clink of carabiners cutting through the morning silence. We'd been planning this 6-day expedition for months, mapping our route through topographical surveys and satellite imagery. The plan was straightforward. 3 days in, 3 days out, with our turnaround point being Summit Lake, approximately 18 miles from the trailhead. The weather forecast promised clear skies and temperatures hovering in the low 50s, perfect hiking conditions for late September. The first few hours passed exactly as expected. We followed well-maintained switchbacks through dense Douglas fir and western hemlock, their towering forms creating a natural cathedral above our heads. The forest floor remained relatively clear, carpeted with years of decomposing needles that muffled our footsteps. Every mile or so, we'd pause to check our GPS coordinates against the printed topographical maps Kevin insisted on carrying as backup. By noon, we'd climbed roughly 3,000 feet in elevation. The trees began thinning, replaced by alpine meadows dotted with late-season wildflowers. Mountain peaks surrounded us in every direction, their granite faces catching and reflecting the afternoon sunlight. This was why I loved the backcountry, the absolute isolation from civilization, the way problems from everyday life simply cease to exist when you're carrying everything you need on your back. We stopped for lunch beside a creek that wasn't marked on our maps. Kevin pulled out his water filtration system while I spread our gear across a flat boulder to let everything air out. The sound of running water mixed with the distant cry of a red-tailed hawk circling somewhere above the tree line. I remember thinking this was exactly the kind of peaceful moment that made 6 months of planning worthwhile. The afternoon brought steeper terrain and more challenging navigation. We were following what appeared to be an old hunting trail, barely visible through the undergrowth. Our GPS showed we were still on course, but the path seemed to meander more than expected. Kevin suggested we might be following an animal trail rather than a human one, but we were making good time and the direction felt right. As evening approached, we reached our planned camping spot, a small clearing roughly 800 feet below the mountain's actual summit. The location offered everything we needed: level ground for our tents, access to water from a seasonal stream, and enough dead timber for a campfire. Most importantly, it was completely hidden from any other potential hikers, though the chances of encountering anyone else out here were practically non-existent. Setting up camp had become a routine over our years of hiking together. Kevin cleared rocks and debris from our tent sites while I gathered firewood from the surrounding forest. Dead branches were plentiful, and I managed to collect enough fuel to keep a fire burning well into the night. The temperature was already dropping as the sun disappeared behind the western peaks, and I could see my breath forming small clouds in the rapidly cooling air. By 8 o'clock, we had our camp fully established. 2 small backpacking tents positioned about 10 feet apart, a fire ring constructed from local stones, and our food properly stored in bear-proof containers hung from a tree branch 15 feet above ground level. The familiar routine of backcountry camping felt comforting after the long day of hiking. We cooked dinner over our camp stove, dehydrated beef stew that actually tasted decent when you've been burning calories all day. The fire provided warmth and light as darkness settled over the mountains. Above us, stars began appearing in numbers impossible to see from any city. The Milky Way stretched across the sky like a gossamer bridge connecting the peaks surrounding our small clearing. Everything felt perfect, normal, exactly as it should be. The temperature dropped to what I estimated was around 38 degrees by 10 o'clock. Kevin and I sat close to the fire, drinking hot coffee from our camp mugs and discussing our route for the following day. The plan was to push northeast toward Summit Lake, then establish our second camp somewhere along the lake's southern shore. From there, we'd have access to some of the best fishing in the entire wilderness area. That's when we heard the first elk call. The sound came from somewhere in the forest below our campsite, a high-pitched bugle that echoed off the surrounding granite walls. Neither of us found this particularly concerning. September was mating season for elk, and their vocalizations were a common feature of autumn camping trips. If anything, hearing elk meant we were in healthy wilderness, far from human development and road noise. The calls continued at irregular intervals. Every 5 to 15 seconds, another bugle would drift up from the darkness below. Kevin commented that it sounded like a particularly vocal bull, probably trying to attract females or warn off competing males. We'd heard similar displays on previous trips, sometimes lasting for hours throughout the night. I added more wood to the fire and checked my watch, 10:17 p.m. The elk calls had been going on for approximately 15 minutes without pause. Something about the consistency began to feel unusual. In my experience, elk typically called in shorter bursts with longer periods of silence between vocalizations. This animal seemed unusually persistent, almost mechanical in its timing. Kevin noticed it too. "That bull's really worked up about something," he said, stirring the fire with a long stick. Sparks rose into the darkness, briefly illuminating the trees at the edge of our clearing before disappearing into the night sky. The calls continued for another 5 minutes. Then, without warning, a completely different sound shattered the mountain silence. The scream that erupted from the forest below was unlike anything I'd ever heard. It started low, almost like a human moan, then rose to a piercing shriek that seemed to go on forever. The sound was raw, desperate, filled with what I can only describe as agony. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 7 or 8 seconds. Kevin and I looked at each other across the fire. "Cougar," he said, though his voice carried a note of uncertainty. I nodded, but something felt wrong. I'd heard mountain lions before, and while their screams were indeed terrifying, this sound had qualities that didn't quite fit. It was too sustained, too deliberate. Mountain lions typically made shorter vocalizations, quick screams or growls rather than prolonged wails. The forest fell completely silent. Not just quiet, silent. The elk calls stopped immediately. No insects chirped, no small mammals rustled through the underbrush. Even the gentle sound of wind moving through the trees seemed to have ceased entirely. The only sounds were the crackling of our campfire and our own breathing. We sat there for several minutes, listening to nothing. The silence felt heavy, oppressive in a way that natural quiet never did. It was as if every living thing in the forest had simultaneously decided to hold its breath. Maybe the cougar got the elk, Kevin suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. I checked my watch again. 10:34 p.m. The entire episode, the elk calls, the scream, the sudden silence, had lasted less than 20 minutes. But those 20 minutes had fundamentally changed the atmosphere around our campsite. What had felt like peaceful wilderness solitude now carried an edge of tension I couldn't explain. We decided to bank the fire and get some rest. Kevin disappeared into his tent first, and I heard him moving around inside, probably changing into his sleeping clothes and organizing his gear for the night. I stayed by the fire for a few more minutes, listening for any return of the forest sounds. Nothing. I scattered the remaining coals and made sure our fire was completely extinguished before retreating to my own tent. Inside my sleeping bag, I found myself straining to hear something, anything, that would indicate the forest was returning to normal. The silence continued, absolute and unnerving. Despite my growing unease, exhaustion from the long day of hiking eventually won out. I must have fallen asleep sometime after 11 o'clock, though I don't remember the exact moment when consciousness faded. My last clear memory was lying in my sleeping bag, listening to Kevin's steady breathing from the tent next to mine, and wondering why the silence felt so threatening. I slept deeply that night, dreamlessly, my body recovering from the physical demands of the day's climb. Whatever was happening in the forest around us would have to wait until morning to reveal itself. Dawn came with the gradual return of normal forest sounds. Birds calling from the trees, a squirrel chattering somewhere nearby, the gentle whisper of wind through the pine boughs. The oppressive silence from the night before had lifted, replaced by the familiar symphony of wilderness awakening. Kevin was already up when I emerged from my tent, crouched beside our camp stove preparing coffee and instant oatmeal. The morning air was crisp, probably around 40 degrees, and I could see frost covering the edges of our tent flies. Above us, the sky showed clear blue between the mountain peaks, perfect weather for the day's hike. "Sleep well?" Kevin asked, handing me a steaming cup of coffee. "Like a rock," I replied. Though as I said it, I realized I felt unusually groggy for someone who'd slept 8 hours. Sometimes heavy sleep in the mountains left you feeling thick-headed until the caffeine kicked in. We broke camp efficiently, stuffing sleeping bags and collapsing tents with the practiced movements of experienced backpackers. Our packs felt heavier than they had the previous morning, but that was normal for the second day of a long trip. Your body needed time to adjust to carrying weight over rough terrain. By 8:30, we were hiking northeast through increasingly dense forest. The trail we'd been following became even more indistinct, sometimes disappearing entirely for stretches of 50 or 60 yards. We relied heavily on our GPS units and compass bearings to maintain our general direction toward Summit Lake. The forest around us was old-growth western hemlock and Douglas fir, some of the trees easily 3 or 4 feet in diameter. Fallen logs created natural obstacles that required careful navigation with full packs. The undergrowth was thick but not impenetrable, mostly ferns, salmonberry bushes, and young trees struggling to find sunlight beneath the dense canopy. After approximately 2 hours of hiking, we emerged into a small clearing that wasn't marked on any of our maps. The space was roughly circular, maybe 40 feet across, with a single massive Douglas fir standing in the center. Sunlight streamed down through the opening in the canopy, creating a natural spotlight effect on the forest floor. That's when we saw it. At first, neither of us could process what we were looking at. Hanging from the lower branches of the central tree was what appeared to be some sort of crude display. As we moved closer, the details became horrifyingly clear. 3 elk heads hung from thick rope, their eyes clouded and mouths hanging open. They were arranged in a triangle, suspended approximately 8 feet above the ground. In the center of this triangle, hanging slightly lower, was the head of a mountain lion. Its lips were pulled back in a permanent snarl, exposing sharp canine teeth. The heads appeared to have been severed cleanly, probably with a sharp blade rather than torn off by scavengers. There was no blood visible on the ground below, suggesting they'd been killed and prepared elsewhere before being brought to this location. The flesh looked relatively fresh, certainly not more than a day or two old. "What the hell?" Kevin whispered, his voice barely audible. I couldn't speak. My mind was trying to process the scene while my stomach churned with revulsion. This wasn't the work of animals. No predator or scavenger creates deliberate displays like this. Someone had killed these animals, removed their heads, and arranged them in this clearing for reasons I couldn't begin to understand. The rope appeared to be standard climbing rope, probably 8 or 10 millimeter diameter. It was tied with what looked like bowline knots, the kind of knots you learn in Boy Scouts or sailing classes. Whoever had done this possessed at least basic rope handling skills and had taken time to ensure the display would remain stable. I pulled out my digital camera and took several photographs from different angles. Something this bizarre needed to be documented, even if we never showed the images to anyone else. The forest around us remained silent, except for our own breathing and the rapid beating of my heart. "We need to get out of here," Kevin said, already backing toward the edge of the clearing. I agreed completely. This wasn't a natural animal behavior or some kind of ecological phenomenon. A human being had created this display, and their motivations were almost certainly not benign. We needed to put distance between ourselves and this location as quickly as possible. We consulted our maps and GPS units, planning a route that would take us several kilometers east before turning north again toward Summit Lake. The detour would add distance to our hike, but neither of us wanted to continue in the same direction we'd been traveling. For all we knew, there might be more displays ahead or worse. We might encounter whoever was responsible for this one. The next few hours passed in tense silence as we pushed through increasingly difficult terrain. We were no longer following any kind of trail, instead navigating by compass, bearing through dense forest and over fallen logs. The detour was exhausting, but it felt necessary. As we hiked, my mind kept returning to the sounds we'd heard the night before. The elk calls, the prolonged scream, the sudden silence. Now those sounds took on a completely different significance. We might have been listening to the actual killing of the animals whose heads we'd discovered that morning. The thought made my skin crawl. By noon, we'd covered approximately 6 kilometers of rough terrain, working our way around steep ravines and through sections of forest so dense we had to remove our packs and push them ahead of us. The physical exertion was welcome. It gave us something to focus on other than the gruesome discovery from earlier that morning. We stopped for lunch beside a small stream that provided fresh water in a relatively open area where we could spread out our gear. Kevin filtered water while I pulled out our maps to verify our current position. According to my GPS, we were approximately 3 kilometers east of our original route and still roughly 8 kilometers from Summit Lake. The stream gurgled pleasantly over smooth rocks, and for a few minutes, the normalcy of eating lunch beside running water helped restore some sense of equilibrium. We were experienced hikers in familiar terrain, carrying proper equipment and survival gear. Whatever strange situation we'd stumbled into that morning, we had the skills and resources to handle it safely. That's when Kevin pointed to the hill rising ahead of us to the north. "There's someone up there," he said quietly, handing me his binoculars. I focused the lenses on the ridgeline approximately 500 meters away. A human figure stood motionless near what appeared to be a large boulder or fallen tree. Even at this distance, I could see they were wearing dark clothing, something that looked like a hooded jacket or poncho that hung down to about knee level. The figure stood perfectly still. No movement, no indication they'd noticed us, no normal human behavior like shifting weight or adjusting clothing. They might as well have been a statue. "How long have they been there?" I asked, continuing to watch through the binoculars. "I don't know, I just noticed them when I looked up from the water filter." We were in designated wilderness area, dozens of miles from the nearest road or trailhead. Encountering another person wasn't impossible, but it was highly unusual. More concerning was this person's location and behavior. They weren't near any established trail or camping area, and they weren't moving like someone engaged in normal hiking or hunting activities. Given what we'd discovered that morning, the presence of another person in this remote area felt far too coincidental to be comfortable. Could be a hunter, Kevin suggested, though his tone indicated he didn't really believe it. I continued watching through the binoculars. The figure remained motionless for several more minutes, then slowly began walking eastward along the ridgeline. Their movement was deliberate, measured, almost ritualistic. They covered maybe 50 meters before stopping again beside another boulder. "We should follow them," I said, surprising myself with the words. Kevin looked at me like I'd suggested jumping off a cliff. "Are you insane? After what we saw this morning, you want to follow some random person through the wilderness?" He was right, of course. Every rational instinct told us to avoid this person entirely, to pack up immediately and head in the opposite direction. But something else was driving my decision, a combination of curiosity and genuine concern about what might be happening in these mountains. What if there are other hikers out here? I argued. What if this person is dangerous and there are other people in the area who don't know about it? It was a weak argument, and we both knew it. The chances of encountering other backpackers in this remote section of the wilderness were minimal. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we'd stumbled into something significant, something that might be part of a larger pattern. After several minutes of debate, we reached a compromise. We would follow the figure at a safe distance, staying well hidden and retreating immediately if the situation felt dangerous. We had satellite communication equipment and could call for help if necessary. We packed our gear quickly and began working our way up the hillside, staying within the tree line to avoid being seen. The terrain was steep and rocky, requiring careful foot placement to avoid creating noise that might alert the person ahead of us. It took nearly an hour to reach a position where we could observe the figure clearly. They were seated on a fallen log in a small clearing, approximately 200 meters ahead of our hiding spot. From this distance, I could see they were wearing what appeared to be a dark hooded cloak or robe that covered their entire body. Their hands weren't visible, but something metallic occasionally caught the sunlight. The person sat absolutely motionless for what felt like an eternity. I checked my watch repeatedly, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. No normal human being sits that still for that long without some kind of movement or adjustment. Then, at exactly 3:17 p.m., according to my watch, a mule deer stepped into the clearing. What happened next occurred so quickly that my brain struggled to process the sequence of events. The cloaked figure erupted from their seated position with inhuman speed, crossing the distance to the deer in what seemed like a single fluid motion. The metallic object, clearly a knife of some kind, flashed in the sunlight as it struck the deer's neck. The animal dropped immediately, its legs folding beneath its body. The figure knelt beside the carcass and began working with practiced efficiency, using the knife to make precise cuts. Within minutes, they had produced what appeared to be rope or wire, and were using it to hoist the deer's body into a nearby tree. Kevin grabbed my arm so tightly it hurt. We watched in horrified fascination as the figure arranged the dead deer hanging from a thick branch, positioning it carefully to achieve some specific orientation. When the work was complete, the figure returned to their seat on the fallen log and resumed their motionless vigil. Neither of us spoke for several minutes. We'd just witnessed what could only be described as ritualistic behavior. The lightning-fast killing, the careful preparation, the deliberate hanging of the carcass. This wasn't normal hunting or survival activity. I pulled out my satellite phone and checked the signal strength. 3 bars, enough to make a call if necessary. But what would I tell them? That we'd seen someone kill a deer? That wasn't illegal during hunting season, even if the method seemed unusual. We decided to continue observing from our concealed position, though every instinct screamed at us to leave immediately. Something significant was happening here, and we might be the only witnesses. The figure remained motionless on their log, the deer carcass swaying gently in the afternoon breeze, and the forest around us held its breath once again. We maintained our hidden position for nearly 3 hours, taking turns watching the motionless figure through my binoculars. The deer carcass continued to hang from the tree branch, rotating slowly in the light mountain breeze. Occasionally, the metallic object in the figure's hands would catch the sunlight, confirming they were still holding what appeared to be a large knife. At approximately 6 o'clock, as the sun began to sink behind the western peaks, everything changed. Movement appeared at the northern edge of the clearing. Another figure emerged from the forest, wearing identical dark robes and moving with the same measured, deliberate pace. This person approached the hanging deer carcass and stood beneath it for several minutes, apparently examining the original figure's work. Then came a third person and a fourth, all dressed in the same dark clothing, all moving with that same unsettling, deliberate gait. Within 20 minutes, 7 figures had gathered in the clearing, arranged in what appeared to be a loose circle around the hanging deer. Kevin and I exchanged terrified glances. We were witnessing something that had clearly been planned in advance, a gathering of people who shared some common purpose in this remote location. The careful arrangement of animal heads we'd discovered that morning suddenly took on new significance as part of a larger pattern of activity. The figures began to move in unison, walking slowly around the perimeter of the clearing. Their movements were synchronized, almost choreographed, like a ritual dance performed countless times before. As they walked, they began to make marks in the soft earth using sticks or possibly knives. Even from our concealed position 200 meters away, I could see they were creating some kind of pattern on the ground. The marks appeared to be geometric, straight lines connecting points around the circle, forming what might have been a star or pentagram shape. Then the chanting began. The sound drifted across the distance between us as a low, rhythmic murmur, multiple voices speaking in unison, though I couldn't make out individual words. The language didn't sound like English. It might have been Latin or some other ceremonial tongue, or possibly just meaningless syllables designed to create a hypnotic effect. My hands were shaking as I pulled out the satellite phone. This was no longer a situation we could handle alone. These people were engaged in some kind of ritual activity in a remote wilderness area, and their behavior suggested cult involvement or worse. The emergency number connected after several rings. 911. What is your emergency? I spoke as quietly as possible while still being heard clearly. This is an emergency. My name is Daniel. I'm calling from a satellite phone in the Cascade Wilderness area. My GPS coordinates are... I read off our current position from my handheld unit. I need to report suspicious activity involving multiple individuals engaged in what appears to be ritual behavior. The dispatcher asked for details, and I provided a condensed version of what we'd witnessed: the animal head display, the deer killing, the gathering of robed figures. I stressed that we were hidden and relatively safe, but needed law enforcement assistance as soon as possible. Sir, your location is extremely remote. The nearest ground units are several hours away, but we can dispatch a helicopter to your area. Can you maintain your current position safely? I think so, I replied, though I wasn't certain of anything at this point. Stay on the line if possible. We're tracking your phone signal and dispatch is en route. I kept the phone connected but muted the microphone so I could continue observing the situation while remaining in contact with emergency services. Kevin had taken over watching through the binoculars, and his expression grew increasingly alarmed. They're doing something to themselves, he whispered. I took the binoculars and focused on the clearing. 6 of the 7 figures had produced knives and were making deliberate cuts on their own bodies. Their arms, I thought, though the distance and fading light made it difficult to see clearly. Dark stains appeared on their robes, spreading slowly from the areas where they'd cut themselves. The chanting continued, growing louder and more intense. The figures began to sway in unison, their movements becoming more animated as they worked themselves into what could only be described as a frenzy. Then, one by one, the 6 figures who had cut themselves began to collapse. I watched in horror through the binoculars as each person fell to the ground and stopped moving. Within minutes, only the original figure remained standing, the one who had killed the deer, who had been sitting motionless on the log when we first discovered them. This remaining figure began moving among the fallen bodies, kneeling beside each one and apparently checking their condition. From the complete stillness of the collapsed figures, it seemed clear they were dead. Whether from blood loss, poison, or some other cause, I couldn't determine. Oh God, Kevin breathed. Are they? I think so, I replied, though my voice came out as barely a whisper. The remaining figure began to drag the bodies toward the center of the clearing, arranging them in a circle around the base of the tree where the deer carcass hung. Then, to our absolute horror, they knelt beside the first body and began what could only be described as cannibalistic feeding. I had to lower the binoculars. My stomach churned with revulsion, and I fought to keep from vomiting. We were witnessing something beyond any normal human experience, a ritual that had ended in mass suicide and was now continuing with acts too horrible to fully comprehend. The satellite phone crackled in my ear. "Sir, are you still there? We show helicopter units approximately 40 minutes from your location." "Still here," I managed to say. "The situation has escalated. Multiple casualties. The remaining individual appears to be engaging in extreme behavior." 40 minutes felt like an eternity. We needed to leave our observation point immediately, but we also needed to maintain contact with emergency services and provide GPS coordinates for the rescue operation. Kevin tapped my shoulder urgently. "We need to go, now." I looked through the binoculars one more time. The remaining figure had stopped their feeding and was now looking in our direction. Even at this distance, even with their face hidden by the hood of their robe, I could feel their gaze fixed directly on our hiding spot. They knew we were there. The realization that we'd been discovered sent adrenaline surging through my system. Kevin was already stuffing gear into his pack, abandoning any attempt at quiet organization in favor of speed. I kept the satellite phone connected while helping to gather our equipment, maintaining contact with the emergency dispatcher. "We've been spotted," I reported into the phone. "We're leaving our current position and heading south toward the original trail system." "Understood. Can you provide updates on your movement? The helicopter crew needs to know where to find you." Through the binoculars, I watched the lone figure rise from beside the circle of bodies and begin walking deliberately in our direction. Their pace wasn't hurried. They moved with the same measured gait we'd observed all afternoon. But their trajectory was clearly aimed at our position. We had perhaps a 10-minute head start, maybe 15 if we moved quickly. The problem was that heading south toward established trails meant traversing difficult terrain in rapidly fading daylight, while carrying full backpacks and trying to maintain phone contact with emergency services. Kevin shouldered his pack and checked his GPS unit. "If we push hard, we can reach the creek drainage in about 30 minutes. From there, it's easier hiking toward the main trail system." We began our retreat, moving as quickly as the terrain would allow while trying to minimize noise. Behind us, the chanting had stopped completely. The forest felt unnaturally quiet again, as if the normal sounds of evening, birds calling, insects chirping, small animals moving through the underbrush, had been somehow suppressed. Every few minutes I would glance back through the trees, trying to catch sight of our pursuer. For the first 20 minutes of our retreat, I saw nothing. The figure might have given up the chase, or might have been moving through the forest on a parallel route that kept them hidden from view. Then Kevin grabbed my arm and pointed behind us. A torch flame flickered between the trees, approximately 200 meters back along our route. The figure was still following us, and they'd lit what appeared to be a large torch or burning branch to provide light in the gathering darkness. "How fast can we move without breaking our necks?" Kevin asked, adjusting his pack straps. "Faster than we have been," I replied, increasing my pace despite the growing darkness and treacherous footing. We pushed through the forest at what felt like a reckless speed, stumbling over fallen logs and pushing through brush that caught at our clothing and equipment. The torch behind us maintained a steady distance, close enough to be clearly visible, far enough away that we weren't in immediate danger of being overtaken. After another 30 minutes of this terrifying game of cat and mouse, we reached the creek drainage Kevin had identified on his GPS. The terrain opened up significantly, allowing us to move faster along what appeared to be an old game trail following the water downstream. I checked in with the emergency dispatcher. "We're mobile, heading south along a creek drainage. Our pursuer is still following, approximately 500 meters behind us." "Copy that. Helicopter ETA is now 15 minutes to your last known position. Can you get to an open area where they can see you?" I consulted my map and GPS. "There's a large meadow about 2 kilometers ahead. We should be able to reach it in 20 or 30 minutes. Head for that location. Use any signaling equipment you have. Mirrors, flashlights, bright clothing." We continued our retreat along the creek, making better time on the improved terrain. Behind us, The torch continued to follow, neither gaining nor falling back. Our pursuers seemed content to maintain pressure without actually overtaking us, as if they were herding us toward some specific destination. The thought sent another wave of fear through my already overstressed system. What if this person knew the terrain better than we did? What if they were driving us toward some kind of trap or dead end? I forced myself to focus on immediate concerns, maintaining our pace, staying in contact with emergency services, and reaching the meadow where we could be picked up. Whatever our pursuers' intentions, our best chance of survival lay in reaching the helicopter before they could close the distance between us. The creek began to widen as we lost elevation, and the terrain on either side became more open. According to my GPS, we were less than a kilometer from the meadow where we hoped to rendezvous with our rescue team. Then we heard the sound of helicopter rotors in the distance. The aircraft was still several miles away, but the distinctive thrum of rotor blades carried clearly through the mountain air. Kevin pulled a small mirror from his pack, standard emergency signaling equipment, and began practicing the motion he'd used to reflect light toward the aircraft. Behind us, the torch had stopped moving. I turned around and focused my binoculars on the flame. The figure stood motionless beside the creek, approximately 400 meters back along our route. They seemed to be watching us, waiting to see what would happen next. "Why did they stop?" Kevin asked. I didn't have an answer. Perhaps they'd heard the helicopter too and realized we were about to be rescued. Perhaps they'd achieved whatever goal they'd had in following us, or perhaps they were planning something else entirely. We reached the meadow just as the helicopter crested the ridge to our south. Kevin immediately began signaling with his mirror, flashing reflected light toward the aircraft. The helicopter circled once, then began descending toward a flat area near the center of the meadow. I maintained visual contact with our pursuer while Kevin handled the signaling. The torch remained stationary beside the creek, roughly 800 meters from our position. As the helicopter touched down and its rotors began to wind down, the torch suddenly moved, not toward us, but back up the creek drainage, retreating in the direction of the ritual site. Whoever had been following us was now running away. The helicopter crew consisted of a pilot and 2 search and rescue technicians who immediately began assessing our physical condition and gathering information about what we'd witnessed. I handed over the satellite phone so they could coordinate directly with the dispatcher while Kevin and I described the events of the past several hours. "You're saying you observed multiple fatalities at a remote site?" one of the technicians asked, clearly struggling to process our account. "At least 6 people," I confirmed. "We watched them engage in self-harm during some kind of ritual, then collapse. The 7th individual appeared to be feeding on the bodies." The rescue technician exchanged glances with his partner. Obviously, they dealt with wilderness emergencies regularly, lost hikers, climbing accidents, medical evacuations, but our situation fell well outside their normal experience. The pilot finished coordinating with emergency dispatch and rejoined our conversation. "We're going to extract you immediately and transport you to a location where law enforcement can take detailed statements. A tactical team is being organized to investigate the site you described, but that won't happen until daylight." As the helicopter lifted off from the meadow, I looked down toward the creek drainage where we'd last seen the torch. No light was visible now. Either our pursuer had extinguished their flame or moved far enough away to be hidden by the terrain. The flight to the staging area took approximately 30 minutes. We landed at a small airport where multiple law enforcement vehicles were already waiting, including state police, federal agents, and what appeared to be specialized tactical units. Clearly, our report had triggered a significant emergency response. Kevin and I were separated for individual debriefing sessions that lasted several hours. I provided a detailed chronological account of everything we'd witnessed, starting with the strange sounds on our first night and culminating with our helicopter extraction. The investigating officers took extensive notes and asked numerous clarifying questions about timing, locations, and specific details. They were particularly interested in our photographs of the animal head display and the GPS coordinates we'd recorded throughout our ordeal. I provided copies of all digital images and allowed them to download GPS tracking data from both my handheld unit and my satellite phone. "How certain are you about the number of individuals involved?" one detective asked. 7 total, I replied. 6 who appeared to die during the ritual, and 1 who survived and followed us. And you're confident they were engaged in cannibalistic behavior? The question forced me to relive those horrible moments watching through binoculars as the surviving figure fed on the corpses. Yes, I know how that sounds, but that's what we observed. The debriefing continued past midnight. By the time the officers finished their questions, I was emotionally and physically exhausted. Kevin and I were transported to a local hotel where we could rest while law enforcement organized their investigation of the remote site. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw images of the hanging animal heads, the ritualistic killing of the deer, the collapse of the robed figures, and the torch following us through the darkness. The rational part of my mind understood we were safe now, but my nervous system remained in a state of high alert. The next morning brought news of the investigation. A tactical team had been inserted by helicopter at first light and had located the ritual site using our GPS coordinates. They'd found the circle of 6 bodies arranged exactly as we'd described, along with evidence of the ritualistic markings on the ground and the hanging deer carcass. The 7th individual, our pursuer, was nowhere to be found. The scene is consistent with your account, the lead investigator informed us during a follow-up interview. 6 deceased individuals, evidence of self-inflicted wounds, ritualistic markings, and signs of unusual post-mortem activity. What about the animal heads we found earlier? Kevin asked. Also located and documented? The entire area is being treated as a complex crime scene. We'll need you to remain available for additional questions as the investigation proceeds. Over the following days, more details emerged. The deceased individuals were identified through fingerprints and dental records as members of a group that had been under FBI surveillance for suspected cult activities. They'd been linked to similar ritualistic incidents in other remote wilderness areas across the Pacific Northwest. The 7th individual, the one who had survived the ritual and pursued us, remained unidentified and at large. Search teams combed the wilderness area for several days but found no trace of this person or any evidence of their current whereabouts. Kevin and I provided additional testimony to federal investigators and were eventually cleared to return home. The helicopter evacuation had cost us $5,000 each, but considering the alternative outcome if we'd remained in the wilderness, it seemed like a bargain. 6 months have passed since our encounter in the Cascade Mountains, and I still struggle to process everything we witnessed during those terrifying hours. The federal investigation concluded that we'd stumbled upon a scheduled ritual conducted by members of a domestic extremist group with connections to similar organizations across the country. The 6 deceased individuals were identified as core members of a cult that practiced what investigators described as ritualistic violence combined with survivalist ideology. They'd been living off-grid in various wilderness areas for several years, supporting themselves through illegal hunting and occasional property crimes in rural communities. What disturbed investigators most was the evidence that this particular ritual was part of a larger pattern. Similar scenes had been discovered in remote areas of Oregon, Idaho, and Northern California over the past 3 years. In each case, multiple individuals had died during ritualistic activities, with one surviving member disappearing into the wilderness. The implication was that either the same individual was traveling between different cult groups, conducting these deadly rituals, or multiple groups were following the same horrific practices independently. Either possibility suggested a level of organization and commitment that went far beyond casual extremist activity. The surviving individual from our encounter was never found. Despite extensive searches involving multiple agencies and specialized tracking teams, this person had simply vanished into the vast wilderness of the Cascade Range. Whether they died from exposure, left the area entirely, or continued living off-grid somewhere in the mountains, remained an open question. Kevin and I both underwent psychological counseling to help process the trauma of what we'd witnessed. The counselor explained that observing extreme violence, even from a distance, could have lasting effects on mental health and recommended ongoing therapy sessions. I found myself unable to enjoy wilderness hiking for several months after the incident. Every shadow between trees, every unexpected sound, every moment of forest silence triggered memories of that torch following us through the darkness. The peace and solitude I'd always found in the mountains had been replaced by hypervigilance and anxiety. Gradually, with professional help and the support of family and friends, I've been able to return to outdoor activities. But I'll never again venture into remote wilderness areas with the same sense of carefree adventure I once enjoyed. The knowledge that dangerous individuals might be operating in these remote locations has fundamentally changed my relationship with the backcountry. The official investigation remains open. Federal agents continue to monitor wilderness areas for signs of similar activity, and they've established protocols for hikers and hunters to report unusual discoveries or encounters. Our case has become part of a larger effort to understand and combat domestic extremist groups that operate in remote areas. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if we'd chosen a different route that morning, or if we'd turned back immediately after discovering the animal head display. Would those 6 people still have died during their ritual? Would the surviving individual have continued to other locations, conducting more ceremonies with other victims? I try not to dwell on these questions, but they remain at the edge of my consciousness whenever I think about our experience. We'd planned a simple 6-day hiking trip, and instead became witnesses to something that belonged in the darkest corners of human behavior. The helicopter evacuation fee was eventually refunded by our insurance company after we provided documentation from law enforcement confirming the legitimacy of our emergency. But the real cost, the loss of innocence about the safety of wilderness areas, the trauma of witnessing ritualistic violence, the ongoing anxiety about what might be happening in other remote locations, can't be measured in dollars. Kevin and I still hike together occasionally, though we stick to well-established trails and popular camping areas. We carry satellite communication equipment and maintain regular check-ins with family members who know our planned routes and schedules. Most importantly, we've learned to trust our instincts about potentially dangerous situations. When something feels wrong in the wilderness, whether it's unusual sounds, strange discoveries, or the presence of other people in unexpected locations, we don't rationalize away our concerns or give anyone the benefit of the doubt. The mountains remain beautiful, challenging, and spiritually renewing, but they're also vast enough to hide activities that most people couldn't imagine. Our experience taught us that the greatest dangers in the wilderness might not be natural hazards like weather, terrain, or wildlife, but the possibility of encountering human beings whose motivations and methods exist far outside the boundaries of normal civilization. I still believe in the value of wilderness experiences and the importance of preserving these natural areas for future generations. But I'll never again venture into the backcountry without remembering that we share these spaces with others whose purposes might be far darker than our own. That torch, flickering through the trees behind us, will remain in my nightmares for the rest of my life, a reminder that evil can find its way into even the most remote and beautiful places on Earth. And somewhere out there, in some other wilderness area, that individual might still be conducting their horrific rituals, adding to a pattern of violence that law enforcement is still working to understand and stop. God help any other hikers who might encounter them. The summer of 2019 marked my 14th year attending sheriff's camp at Devil's Lake, though I never imagined it would be my last. The name alone should have served as a warning, but at 15 years old, I considered myself too mature for superstitions. The camp stretched along the murky shoreline of a lake so dark it seemed to swallow light itself, surrounded by dense pine forests that blocked out most of the sun even at midday. Our bus groaned to a halt beside the weathered welcome sign, its paint peeling like diseased skin. The other campers filed out with their usual excitement, but something felt different this year. The air hung thick and oppressive, carrying the stench of rotting vegetation from the lake's edge. Even the counselors seemed more subdued than usual, their welcoming smiles forced and brittle. Sheriff Daniels, a grizzled man whose uniform had seen better decades, delivered the standard orientation speech with his trademark stern expression. His weathered face bore new lines of stress, and his eyes kept darting toward the tree line as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. The rules felt more urgent this year, delivered with an edge that suggested real consequences rather than simple camp protocol. "Stay within designated areas at all times," he barked, his voice carrying across the assembled group. "No wandering after lights out. No exceptions. If you hear anything unusual during the night, alert a counselor immediately. Do not investigate on your own." The emphasis on those final words sent an involuntary shiver through my body, though I attributed it to the unseasonably cool breeze coming off the water. The camp's layout remained unchanged from previous years, yet everything seemed somehow more sinister. The boys' tents clustered near the lake's edge, where the ground remained perpetually damp and gave off an earthy, almost grave-like smell. The girls' cabins sat deeper in the woods, connected by narrow dirt paths that twisted between ancient trees, whose branches formed a canopy so thick that even during daylight the area remained shrouded in perpetual twilight. As we gathered our belongings and began the trek to our assigned cabins, I noticed how the returning campers moved with unusual haste. Their conversations were muted, lacking the boisterous energy typically associated with the first day. Several kept glancing over their shoulders, as if sensing invisible observers in the forest depths. My cabin, number 7, sat at the farthest end of the cluster, isolated from the others by a particularly dense grove of pine trees. The structure itself appeared solid enough, built from rough-hewn logs that had darkened with age and weather. However, the windows seemed oddly positioned, offering views directly into the forest, rather than toward the other cabins or the lake. The front door hung slightly crooked on its hinges, creating a gap that would never fully seal out the night air. That evening, as shadows lengthened and merged into the approaching darkness, we gathered around the central fire pit for the traditional welcome ceremony. The flames cast dancing patterns across our faces, creating shifting masks that transformed familiar features into something unsettling. The crackling wood provided the only sound as we settled onto the rough log benches, arranged in concentric circles around the fire. Our cabin leader, a college-aged woman named Christina, waited until the last whispers died away before beginning her story. Her voice carried clearly in the still air, but there was a tremor beneath her confident tone that suggested she believed every word she spoke. "Years ago," she began, her eyes reflecting the firelight, "this camp was the site of a tragedy that still echoes through these woods. A young girl named Jennifer, only 13 years old, came here with dreams of adventure and friendship. She was an excellent swimmer, confident in the water, which made what happened all the more shocking." The fire seemed to dim as she spoke, though no wind stirred the air. Around the circle, campers leaned forward, drawn into the narrative despite their better judgment. On her third night here, Jennifer couldn't settle down. She felt restless, confined by the cabin walls. Against all rules, she slipped out after midnight and made her way down to the lake. The water called to her, dark and inviting under the moonless sky. What possessed her to enter that black water alone, we'll never know. Christina paused, allowing the weight of her words to settle over us. In the silence, I could hear the distant lapping of water against the shore, a sound that now seemed ominous rather than soothing. They found her body 3 days later, tangled in the underwater roots near the deepest part of the lake. The strange thing was, there were no signs of struggle, no indication that she had tried to swim back to shore. It was as if something had simply drawn her down into the depths and held her there. A log in the fire collapsed, sending sparks spiraling upward into the darkness. Several campers jumped at the sudden sound, nervous laughter rippling through the group. But death wasn't the end for Jennifer, Christina continued, her voice dropping to barely above a whisper. The staff started reporting strange incidents shortly after her funeral. Wet footprints appearing in the cabins despite locked doors. The sound of someone moving through the woods at night, always just beyond the reach of flashlight beams. And some claimed to have seen her, walking between the trees in her soaked camp clothes, searching for something she'd lost in those dark waters. As if summoned by the story, a cool breeze swept through the clearing, causing the fire to flicker and bend. The surrounding forest seemed to press closer, the trees leaning inward like curious spectators. I found myself scanning the tree line, half expecting to see a pale figure emerging from the shadows. "They say she's drawn to cabins where young girls stay," Christina concluded, her gaze sweeping across our group. "Especially those who remind her of herself. So remember, keep your windows closed and your doors locked. And if you hear tapping on glass in the middle of the night, whatever you do, don't look outside." The story ended, but the atmosphere it created lingered like smoke. As we made our way back to our cabins through the winding forest paths, Every snapping twig and rustling leaf seemed magnified. The beam of my flashlight carved a narrow tunnel through the darkness, beyond which anything could be hiding. Our cabin felt smaller once we were all inside, the rough log walls seeming to press inward as 8 girls tried to settle in for the night. The air inside was stale and humid, carrying the lingering scent of previous occupants, and something else I couldn't quite identify, something damp and organic, like wet earth or decaying leaves. Brooke, a slight girl with nervous energy who had claimed the bunk beneath mine, seemed particularly affected by Christina's story. She kept glancing toward the windows, which remained stubbornly dark despite the moon that should have provided some illumination. The glass reflected our interior lights back at us, creating the illusion that we were completely isolated from the outside world. "It's just a story," I assured her as we prepared for bed, though my own voice lacked conviction. "Camp counselors have been telling versions of that tale for decades. It's practically a tradition." But even as I spoke the words, I found myself checking the window latches, ensuring they were properly secured. The gaps around the doorframe seemed wider than they had during daylight, creating dark spaces where anything might be watching. The other girls settled into their bunks with unusual quiet. None of the typical first-night chatter that usually kept everyone awake for hours. Ashley, who occupied the bunk across from mine, had pulled her sleeping bag completely over her head, while Emma lay rigidly on her side, staring at the wall. The silence felt unnatural, broken only by the settling sounds of the old building and the distant whisper of wind through the pine needles. I was drifting toward an uneasy rest when Brooke's scream shattered the night. The sound was raw and primal, filled with terror so genuine that it jolted every girl in the cabin instantly awake. She thrashed in her sleeping bag, fighting against something invisible, her voice rising to a pitch that seemed to pierce straight through to my bones. Christina burst through the door within seconds, followed by 2 other counselors carrying flashlights. Their beams swept across the cabin, illuminating our terrified faces and the chaos of disturbed bedding. Brooke continued to struggle, her eyes wide and unfocused, looking at something the rest of us couldn't see. Brooke, you're safe." Christina grabbed the girl's shoulders, shaking her gently but firmly. "It's just a nightmare. You're in your cabin with everyone else." But Brooke's terror didn't diminish. If anything, Christina's touch seemed to intensify her panic. She pointed toward the window nearest her bunk, her hand trembling so violently it was difficult to follow her direction. "The girl!" she gasped, her voice hoarse from screaming. "The girl at the window. She was standing right there, watching us sleep." All eyes turned toward the window she indicated. The glass showed only black emptiness beyond, reflecting our own frightened faces back at us. Christina approached the window cautiously, her flashlight beam cutting through the darkness outside, but the light revealed nothing except the dense wall of trees that pressed close to our cabin. "There's nothing there, sweetheart," Christina said softly. But I noticed how she kept the flashlight trained on the window, as if expecting something to materialize in its beam. Sometimes the first night in a new place can trigger very vivid dreams. Brooke shook her head violently, tears streaming down her face. It wasn't a dream. She had long dark hair, and her clothes were soaking wet. Water was dripping from her onto the ground, and she was smiling, but it was wrong. The smile was all wrong. The detailed description sent cold tendrils of fear through my chest. Dreams rarely contained such specific, consistent details. Around the cabin, the other girls huddled deeper into their sleeping bags, as if the thin fabric could provide protection against whatever Brooke had seen. Christina remained with us for another hour, checking and double-checking the window locks, examining the exterior of the cabin with her flashlight, and doing her best to calm our frayed nerves. But when she finally left, the cabin felt more vulnerable than before, as if her presence had been the only thing keeping darker forces at bay. None of us managed more than fitful rest for the remainder of the night. Every sound from outside, the crack of a settling branch, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird, sent new waves of tension through the cabin. And though I would never admit it to the others, I found myself studying that window whenever sleep began to claim me, half convinced that I would see a pale face pressed against the glass, watching us with that wrong smile Brooke had described. Dawn brought little relief from the night's terror. The morning light filtering through the cabin windows seemed weak and gray, barely penetrating the gloom that had settled over our group. Brooke moved through her morning routine like someone in a trance, her movements mechanical and her eyes constantly scanning the windows as if expecting her midnight visitor to return. As we prepared to head down to breakfast, I noticed Brooke struggling with her camp shirt. The fabric seemed to catch and pull against her back, causing her to wince with each movement. When she reached around to adjust it, her fingers came away with small spots of blood. "Brooke, you're bleeding," I said, moving closer to examine her back. "Did you hurt yourself during the night?" She turned toward me, confusion and growing alarm evident in her expression. "I don't remember hitting anything. It just feels like something's been clawing at my back all night." "Let me see," Ashley offered, moving to help lift Brooke's shirt. What we discovered beneath the fabric made all three of us gasp in horror. Brooke's back was covered with scratch marks, dozens of them, running in parallel lines from her shoulders down to her waist. The marks were too numerous and too evenly spaced to have been self-inflicted during a nightmare. Each scratch was approximately 4 inches long, as if made by fingernails, and they were all oriented in the same direction, as if something had raked its claws down her back repeatedly. "Oh, God," Ashley whispered, her face pale as she studied the marks. "Brooke, what did this to you?" The scratches were fresh, some still seeping small amounts of blood, indicating they had been made recently, certainly during the night while we all slept in the same cabin. The precision and pattern of the marks suggested deliberate intent rather than accidental injury. Brooke twisted to try to see her own back in the small mirror mounted on the cabin wall, but the angle made it impossible. "I felt something during the night," she said slowly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought it was part of the nightmare, but there was this sensation of fingers trailing across my skin, cold fingers." The three of us stood in stunned silence, trying to process what we were seeing. The logical part of my mind scrambled for rational explanations. Perhaps she had scratched herself unconsciously, or maybe the rough wooden bunk frame had caused the marks. But the evidence before us defied easy explanation. "We need to show Christina," I said finally, though the words felt inadequate. "How do you explain something that shouldn't be possible?" Ashley nodded grimly. "And maybe the camp nurse. Those cuts need to be cleaned and treated." As we helped Brooke carefully put her shirt back on, I noticed that the scratches extended beneath her clothing, disappearing under the fabric in a way that suggested they covered more of her body than we could see. The thought of something moving through our cabin in the darkness, methodically marking one of us while the rest slept undisturbed, made my stomach churn with revulsion and fear. When we emerged from the cabin, the morning seemed different somehow. The other girls from neighboring cabins were gathering for breakfast, but their conversations were subdued, punctuated by nervous glances toward the forest. Several appeared tired, as if they too had experienced restless nights. "Did you hear anything strange last night?" Emma from Cabin 6 asked as we passed. "We kept hearing sounds outside our windows, like someone walking around the building, but when we looked, there was nothing there." "Footsteps," confirmed another girl. "Wet footsteps, like someone had just come out of the lake." The reports from other cabins sent new waves of unease through our group. Whatever had visited us during the night hadn't limited itself to Cabin 7. The realization that multiple locations had experienced supernatural activity suggested something far more serious than a simple nightmare or isolated incident. As we made our way toward the dining hall, Brooke's condition continued to deteriorate. She moved stiffly, favoring her back, and her face had taken on a grayish pallor that made her look ill. The scratch marks were clearly causing her significant pain, and I began to worry about the possibility of infection. "I can't stay here," she said suddenly, stopping in the middle of the path. "I need to go home. Something is very wrong with this place, and I don't think any of us are safe." Looking at her haunted expression and the evidence of what had been done to her during the night, I found it impossible to argue with her assessment. Whatever force had marked her was clearly capable of more than just leaving scratches, and the thought of what might happen during a second night filled me with dread. By mid-morning, Brooke's parents had arrived to take her home. The sight of the scratch marks had shocked them into immediate action, and they demanded answers that the camp staff couldn't provide. Sheriff Daniels examined the marks personally, his weathered face growing increasingly grim as he studied the precise pattern of the wounds. These weren't self-inflicted, he concluded grimly. Something or someone did this deliberately. We're treating this as a potential assault. The word assault sent ripples of fear through the remaining campers. If the authorities considered this a criminal matter, it meant they took the threat seriously. But how do you investigate an assault committed by something that leaves no physical evidence except the marks on its victim? As Brooks' family packed her belongings, she pulled me aside for a final conversation. Her eyes were wide with a fear that went beyond simple concern for her own safety. "Promise me you'll be careful," she whispered urgently. "Whatever did this to me, it's still here. I could feel it watching me all morning, even in daylight. It's not finished with this place." Her words carried a conviction that made my skin crawl. The idea that some malevolent presence remained active during daylight hours had never occurred to me, but Brooks' certainty was unsettling. She had been the primary target so far. Perhaps she had developed some kind of sensitivity to whatever force had marked her. "What did you see at the window?" I asked, needing to understand what we might be facing. "You mentioned details that seemed too specific for a dream." Brooke glanced around to ensure we weren't overheard, then leaned closer. "It was a girl, maybe our age, with long dark hair that hung down like wet seaweed. Her skin was so pale it almost glowed in the darkness, but the worst part was her eyes. They were completely black, like pools of lake water. And when she smiled, I could see that some of her teeth were missing, like they had been knocked out." The description made my blood feel thick and cold in my veins. The detail about missing teeth was particularly disturbing. It suggested violence, perhaps connected to the drowning Christina had described around the campfire. "She pressed her face against the glass," Brooke continued, her voice growing weaker. "Her breath fogged the window, and she used her finger to write something in the condensation. I couldn't read it from inside, but it looked like a name." "What name?" I asked, though part of me didn't want to know. "Jennifer," Brooke whispered. "She wrote Jennifer on the window, and then she pointed at me like she was choosing me for something." The connection to Christina's campfire story was impossible to ignore. Either Brooks' subconscious had incorporated elements from the tale into a vivid nightmare, or something far more disturbing was occurring at the camp. Given the physical evidence of the scratch marks, I found myself leaning toward the latter explanation. After Brooks' departure, the camp felt fundamentally changed. The counselors moved with obvious tension, constantly scanning the tree line and checking on campers more frequently than usual. Several activities were canceled without explanation, and new rules appeared overnight. No one was allowed outside the main areas without direct supervision, and all cabin windows were to remain closed and locked regardless of the heat. Ashley and I found ourselves alone in Cabin 7, the absence of our roommates making the space feel larger and more vulnerable. The empty bunks served as constant reminders of what had happened, and I caught myself checking the windows compulsively throughout the day. "Maybe we should ask to be moved to a different cabin," Ashley suggested as we prepared for our second night. "Somewhere closer to the counselors' quarters." The idea held obvious appeal, but something deeper made me reluctant to abandon Cabin 7. Perhaps it was stubborn pride, or maybe a feeling that running away would only delay an inevitable confrontation. Whatever force had targeted Brooke might simply follow us to a new location, and at least here, we knew what to expect. "Let's try one more night," I said, though the words felt hollow even as I spoke them. "If anything happens, we'll demand to be moved first thing in the morning." Ashley nodded reluctantly, but I could see the fear in her eyes. Neither of us truly believed we would make it through the night without incident, and the thought of facing whatever had marked Brooke with only the two of us for protection felt like an impossible challenge. As darkness fell over the camp, the forest seemed to press closer to our cabin. The familiar sounds of evening, birds settling for the night, small animals moving through the underbrush, the distant lapping of lake water, were notably absent. The silence felt unnatural, as if the entire ecosystem was holding back, waiting for something to begin. The hours crawled by with excruciating slowness as Ashley and I lay in our bunks, neither of us able to achieve anything resembling real sleep. Every settling sound from the old building made us tense, and the darkness beyond our windows seemed to pulse with malevolent intent. We had positioned ourselves so that we could monitor all the windows simultaneously, though I questioned what we would actually do if something appeared. Around midnight, the first sign of trouble manifested as a subtle change in the cabin's atmosphere. The air grew noticeably colder, and our breath began to form small clouds in the previously warm space. The temperature drop was so rapid and pronounced that it couldn't be attributed to normal weather patterns. "Do you feel that?" Ashley whispered from her bunk, her voice barely audible. I nodded, pulling my sleeping bag tighter around my shoulders. The cold seemed to seep through the fabric and into my bones, a penetrating chill that no amount of covering could ward off. Worse than the temperature change was the quality of the air itself. It had taken on a thick, oppressive feel, like breathing underwater. Then came the sound we had been dreading, a soft tapping against the window glass. The rhythm was deliberate and patient. 3 taps followed by a pause, then 3 more taps. The sound was too precise to be caused by wind-blown debris, and too persistent to be coincidental. Ashley and I exchanged terrified glances, neither of us willing to look toward the window where the tapping originated. The sound continued for several minutes, maintaining its measured rhythm, as if whatever was making it knew we were awake and listening. "Should we call for Christina?" Ashley mouthed silently. Before I could respond, the tapping stopped abruptly, leaving us in a silence that felt somehow more threatening than the sound itself. In the quiet, I became aware of another noise, a wet, dragging sound, like something being pulled across the ground outside our cabin. The dragging sound circled our building slowly, pausing at each window before moving on to the next. Whatever was making the noise seemed to be conducting a methodical inspection of our cabin, searching for the optimal point of entry. The thought of something testing our defenses while we lay helpless inside made my heart race with panic. When the dragging sound reached the window beside my bunk, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision. Against every instinct screaming at me to hide, I turned my head slightly and saw a shadow passing by the glass. The shape was human in general outline, but wrong in its proportions, too tall and thin, with limbs that moved in unnatural ways. The shadow paused directly outside my window, and I had the terrifying sensation that it was studying me through the glass. Though I couldn't make out any features, I felt the weight of its attention like a physical pressure. My entire body went rigid with fear, and I found myself unable to move or even breathe properly. Then, with deliberate slowness, something began tracing patterns on the window glass. The sound was unmistakable, fingernails dragging across the surface, creating designs that I couldn't see but could hear with perfect clarity. The patterns were complex and purposeful, suggesting intelligence behind the actions rather than random scratching. Ashley had buried her head completely under her sleeping bag, her entire body trembling with fear. I wanted to follow her example, but something kept my eyes fixed on the window where the scratching continued. The patterns seemed to be building toward something, growing more elaborate and urgent with each passing moment. Suddenly, the scratching stopped and a new sound filled the cabin. Breathing. Slow, deliberate breathing that seemed to come from everywhere at once. The sound was wrong somehow, too wet and labored, like someone trying to breathe through water. Each exhale created a slight fogging on the window glass, confirming that something was indeed pressed against the outside surface. In the condensation created by that unnatural breathing, letters began to appear. Slowly, deliberately, as if written by an invisible finger, a message formed on the glass. "Let me in." The words hung there in the foggy condensation, clearly visible even in the darkness. They were written in a shaky, uneven script that suggested great effort or distress. Below the first message, more words appeared. "So cold." My rational mind struggled to process what I was seeing. Condensation doesn't form letters on its own, and the temperature differential required to create fog on glass should have been impossible given the current weather conditions. Yet the evidence was right there before me, undeniable and terrifying. The messages continued to appear. "Help me. Please. So alone." Each new word sent fresh waves of terror through my body, but beneath the fear, I began to feel something else, a strange, inappropriate sympathy. The messages seemed desperate rather than threatening, suggesting someone in genuine distress rather than a malevolent entity seeking to cause harm. That moment of sympathy nearly proved disastrous. Without conscious thought, I found myself moving toward the window, drawn by an inexplicable urge to respond to the pleas for help. My hand actually reached for the window latch before Ashley's terrified voice snapped me back to reality. "Don't!" she hissed from beneath her sleeping bag. "Remember what happened to Brooke." The reminder of Brooke's scratch marks shattered whatever influence had been pulling me toward the window. I jerked my hand back and stumbled away from the glass, my heart pounding with the realization of how close I had come to making a potentially fatal mistake. The breathing outside continued for several more minutes before gradually fading away. The messages on the window remained visible until the condensation naturally evaporated, leaving behind only normal glass that reflected our terrified faces back at us. We spent the rest of the night huddled together in the center of the cabin, as far from all windows as possible, waiting for dawn to release us from our vigil. Neither of us spoke about what we had experienced, as if putting it into words might somehow make it more real or powerful. When morning finally arrived, we discovered something that made our blood freeze. Wet footprints on the ground outside our cabin, circling the building exactly as we had heard during the night. The prints were roughly human-shaped, but wrong in their proportions. Too long and narrow, with what appeared to be claw marks at the ends where toes should have been. The discovery of the footprints prompted an immediate investigation by camp authorities. Though their efforts yielded more questions than answers, Sheriff Daniels brought in additional personnel, including a crime scene photographer who documented the prints before they could be disturbed by foot traffic or weather. The prints told a disturbing story. They began at the lake's edge, suggesting whatever had made them had emerged directly from the water. The trail led up through the forest to our cabin, where they circled the building multiple times before returning toward the lake. Most unsettling was the fact that the prints showed no signs of the natural deterioration that should have occurred overnight. They remained sharp and clear, as if they had been made moments before discovery. "I've never seen anything like these," admitted Dr. Patterson, a local expert in wildlife tracking who had been called in to analyze the prints. "They're humanoid in general shape, but the proportions are all wrong. The stride length suggests someone at least 7 feet tall, but the width indicates an impossibly narrow build." The measurements confirmed what Ashley and I had observed. Whatever had visited us was not entirely human, at least not in any conventional sense. The revelation sent new waves of panic through the remaining campers, and several more families arrived throughout the day to collect their children. Emma, who had been maintaining her composure better than most, finally approached us with information that explained her growing anxiety. She had been keeping secrets about her own encounters, hoping they would simply stop if she ignored them. "I've been seeing things," she admitted quietly as the three of us sat by the lake far from listening ears. "Ever since the first night, but I didn't want to end up like Brooke, so I kept quiet." "What kind of things?" I asked, though I dreaded the answer. Emma glanced around nervously before responding. "Rainbow boots. I know it sounds ridiculous, but I keep seeing these old-fashioned rubber boots. You know, the kind with rainbow stripes that kids wear. They appear outside my cabin window every night, just standing there in the grass like someone invisible is wearing them." The detail was so specific and unusual that it had to be genuine. No one would fabricate such an odd element for a made-up story. The rainbow boots suggested something connected to childhood, perhaps another victim of the lake's dark history. "There's more," Emma continued, her voice growing weaker. "Sometimes I hear children singing, but the melody is wrong, like they're trying to remember a song but getting the notes mixed up. And yesterday, when I was walking back from the dining hall, I found these." She reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of small objects. Children's toys, the kind that might have been lost or forgotten decades ago. There was a small plastic doll with matted hair, a miniature car with most of its paint worn away, and a whistle that looked like it had spent years underwater. "I found them arranged in a circle outside my cabin," Emma explained, "placed too deliberately to have been dropped accidentally. It was like someone was leaving me presents, but they were all damaged, all wrong." The toys felt cold to the touch, and they carried a faint smell of lake water and decay. Examining them more closely, I noticed that each item showed signs of prolonged submersion, the kind of damage that comes from spending years underwater before washing up on shore. "We need to tell the counselors," Ashley said firmly. "This is getting worse, not better. More girls are being targeted, and whatever this thing is, it's becoming bolder." But even as she spoke, I noticed Emma's expression changing. Her eyes had taken on a distant, unfocused quality, and her head tilted to one side as if listening to something the rest of us couldn't hear. When she spoke again, her voice carried an odd, flat tone that didn't match her usual manner of speaking. "Something terrible is going to happen," she said, her words coming slowly and deliberately. "Very soon. The water is rising, and the lost ones are coming home." The prediction sent ice through my veins, not just because of its ominous content, but because of the way Emma delivered it. Her voice had dropped to a deeper register, taking on qualities that didn't seem to belong to a 15-year-old girl. The transformation was subtle but unmistakable, reminiscent of Brooke's description of her midnight visitor. "Emma," Ashley said tentatively, waving her hand in front of our friend's face. "Emma, are you okay?" For several long seconds, Emma remained motionless, staring out across the dark water with that strange, distant expression. Then, as suddenly as it had begun, the episode ended. She blinked rapidly, shook her head, and looked at us with confusion. "What happened?" she asked, her voice returning to its normal tone. "Why are you both staring at me like that?" Ashley and I exchanged worried glances. Emma's warning had carried the same prophetic quality as her earlier prediction about my family's tragedy, suggesting that whatever force was influencing her had access to information beyond normal human perception. "You made a prediction," I said carefully, "about something terrible happening soon." Emma's face paled as she processed my words. "I don't remember saying anything. The last thing I recall was showing you the toys, and then nothing. It's like I lost a few minutes." The realization that she had no memory of her prophetic statements was perhaps more frightening than the predictions themselves. It suggested that whatever entity was using her as a conduit was becoming stronger, able to override her consciousness completely rather than simply influencing her thoughts. As we sat there contemplating the implications of Emma's condition, a commotion erupted from the direction of the camp buildings. Shouting voices carried across the water, followed by the sound of running footsteps. The three of us rushed back toward the cabins, where we found counselors and campers gathered around the camp's main bulletin board. Someone had left a message during the broad daylight, written in what appeared to be mud or algae from the lake bottom. The letters were large and crude, clearly visible from a distance. "Tonight we come home." Below the message, arranged in neat rows, were dozens of personal items that had obviously been collected from various cabins. Hair ties, jewelry, small photographs, even pieces of clothing. Each item was coated with the same dark substance as the message, and they gave off the unmistakable smell of stagnant water and decay. The implications were clear. Whatever forces were at work had unlimited access to our living spaces, despite locked doors and constant supervision. They could enter and exit at will, taking whatever they wanted as trophies or warnings. Most disturbing of all, the message suggested that tonight would bring a final confrontation, an event that would eclipse everything that had happened so far. As darkness approached, the atmosphere at camp reached a breaking point. Sheriff Daniels had called in additional law enforcement, and the state police had established a perimeter around the entire facility. Floodlights were brought in to illuminate the forest surrounding the cabins, though their harsh beams seemed to create more shadows than they eliminated. Most of the remaining campers had been moved to the dining hall, where they could be monitored constantly by multiple adults. However, a few of us, those who had been most directly involved in the supernatural encounters, were kept in our original cabins under the theory that we might serve as early warning systems for whatever was coming. Ashley, Emma, and I found ourselves alone in Cabin 7 once again, though this time we were supposedly protected by electronic monitoring equipment and guards positioned around the perimeter. The presence of additional security provided little comfort, as we all understood that conventional measures had proven useless against whatever force we were facing. Emma's condition had deteriorated throughout the afternoon. She spoke in fragments, responding to conversations that only she could hear, and her eyes rarely focused on anything in the present moment. Several times she had attempted to walk toward the lake before being gently redirected by the counselors monitoring us. "They're calling to me," she said during one of her more lucid moments. "All the children who went into the water and never came back. They want me to join them." The revelation that there had been multiple drowning victims over the years added a new dimension to our situation. Perhaps Jennifer was not the only restless spirit haunting the camp. The lake might be holding dozens of lost souls, all seeking to reclaim what they had left behind in the world of the living. As night fell, the electronic monitoring equipment began malfunctioning. Sensors designed to detect movement showed constant motion where nothing was visible, and thermal cameras picked up cold spots that moved through the forest with apparent intelligence. The guards' radios filled with static whenever they tried to communicate, and their flashlights flickered unpredictably despite fresh batteries. The first sign of supernatural activity came as a change in the water itself. Through our cabin windows, we could see the lake's surface beginning to glow with a faint, phosphorescent light. The illumination wasn't reflected from any external source. It seemed to emanate from deep within the water, as if something massive was rising from the depths. "Look at the shore," Ashley whispered, pointing toward the water's edge. Dark figures were emerging from the lake, moving with the slow, deliberate pace of those long accustomed to underwater existence. They appeared to be children or young teenagers, but their movements were wrong, too fluid, too coordinated, like a school of fish rather than individual beings. As they reached dry land, the figures became more distinct. Each one bore the unmistakable signs of drowning: pale skin with a blue-gray tint, hair that hung in wet tangles, and clothing that clung to their bodies like burial shrouds. They moved in perfect silence, creating no sound despite their obvious weight and substance. "We need to get out of here," I said, backing away from the window. "This isn't something we can handle." But when I turned toward the door, I found Emma standing directly in my path. Her eyes were completely black now, reflecting the phosphorescent glow from the lake. And when she smiled, I could see that some of her teeth had become loose and discolored. "Too late," she said in a voice that carried the sound of rushing water. "They've been waiting so long, and now they're home." The transformation in Emma was complete now. Whatever entity had been influencing her had taken full control. She no longer moved like a living person, but with the same fluid, unnatural grace as the figures emerging from the lake. Ashley grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the back window of the cabin. "We have to run," she hissed. "Emma's gone. That's not her anymore." But as we reached the window, we discovered that escape was impossible. The dark figures had surrounded our cabin completely, standing in perfect circles like sentinels. Their black eyes reflected the cabin's interior lights, creating the illusion of dozens of small fires burning in the darkness. "Why are they just standing there?" Ashley whispered. The answer came from Emma, though her voice now carried harmonics that suggested multiple speakers. "They're waiting for an invitation. The living must choose to join the drowned. It's always been that way." The realization hit me with devastating clarity. This had never been about random supernatural attacks. The scratch marks on Brooke, the prophetic warnings, even the personal items taken from our cabins. Everything had been designed to create fear and desperation, to drive us toward a single moment of choice. "You want us to come willingly," I said, understanding flooding through me. "That's why you haven't simply taken us. You need us to choose." Emma's transformed features arranged themselves into an expression of terrible joy. "The lake is so lonely. So many friends waiting in the dark water, and so few new companions to join them. But you understand now. You can see how beautiful it would be, floating forever in the cool darkness, never aging, never dying, never alone." The offer carried a seductive quality that I found difficult to resist. The idea of escaping all future pain and uncertainty, of joining a community of eternal children in the peaceful depths, held an appeal that transcended rational thought. Ashley's grip on my arm tightened, her fingernails digging into my skin hard enough to draw blood. The sharp pain cut through the supernatural influence, allowing me to think clearly for a moment. "No," I said firmly, as much to convince myself as to reject the offer. "We're not going with you." Emma's expression shifted to one of profound sadness. though the alien intelligence behind her eyes remained unchanged. Then you'll have to watch everyone else make that choice, one by one, until you're the only one left. And eventually, the loneliness will bring you to us anyway. The sound of breaking glass from the direction of the dining hall confirmed that the supernatural assault had begun in earnest. Screams and shouts carried through the night air, suggesting that our situation was not unique. The entire camp was under siege by forces that conventional defenses could not stop. Through our cabin windows, we could see other figures emerging from the forest, not the drowned children from the lake, but older presences that moved with ancient authority. These beings appeared to be the original inhabitants of the area, spirits that had been tied to this land long before the camp was built. The indigenous people warned against building here, Emma said, her voice now carrying the whisper of wind through ancient trees. They knew this was a crossing place, where the living and the dead share the same space, but the builders didn't listen, and now the boundary has worn thin. The revelation added context to our supernatural encounters, but it provided no comfort. If anything, the knowledge that we were dealing with multiple layers of spiritual activity made our situation seem more hopeless. As dawn approached, the intensity of the supernatural activity began to diminish. The figures around our cabin slowly retreated toward the lake, moving with the same eerie coordination they had displayed upon arrival. Emma collapsed as whatever had been controlling her finally released its hold, leaving her unconscious, but apparently unharmed. By morning, half the camp had been evacuated to local hospitals for treatment of various psychological traumas. The official reports would blame mass hysteria and contaminated water supplies, but those of us who had witnessed the truth knew better. I left Sheriff's Camp that morning with the knowledge that some places are inherently wrong, that the boundary between life and death is thinner in certain locations than we care to admit. But I also carried something else, a terrible certainty that my connection to that place was not finished. Emma's final prediction, delivered in her own voice as consciousness returned, haunts me still. You'll be back. Maybe not this year or even the next, but the lake remembers you now, and what the lake remembers, it eventually claims. 3 months later, as I write this account, I learned that my childhood dog and her entire litter had died without explanation, exactly as the transformed Emma had predicted during our bus ride home. The connection between my camp experience and the tragedy at home can't be proven, but the timing was too precise to be coincidental. Sheriff's Camp closed permanently after that summer, though the official reason cited budget constraints rather than supernatural activity. The cabins now stand empty, slowly being reclaimed by the forest that surrounds them. But sometimes, according to local reports, phosphorescent lights can still be seen beneath the surface of Devil's Lake, and children's voices carry across the water on windless nights. I've never returned to that place, though the urge to do so grows stronger with each passing year. The lake calls to me in dreams, showing me visions of peace and eternal friendship in its dark depths. Each time I resist the invitation, but I can feel my resolve weakening. Emma was right. The lake remembers me now. And someday, when the loneliness becomes too much to bear, I fear I may finally answer its call. The summer I turned 14 was supposed to be the adventure of a lifetime. My parents had arranged for me to spend 2 months with my Aunt Carmen and Uncle Roberto in Northern California, along with my twin cousins Diego and Sofia. It was my first time away from home for such an extended period, and the excitement had been building for months. California was everything I had imagined and more. The endless sunshine, the palm trees swaying in warm breezes, and the promise of theme parks and beaches made every day feel like a vacation. Carmen and Roberto lived in a modest house in Sacramento, but they had planned an incredible summer filled with activities that would make any teenager jealous. Those first 3 weeks flew by in a blur of excitement. We spent days at Six Flags, screaming our lungs out on roller coasters that defied gravity. The water parks provided relief from the scorching California heat, and I learned to body surf at Santa Cruz Beach. Diego taught me Spanish curse words that would have made my mother wash my mouth out with soap, while Sofia showed me how to braid friendship bracelets during our long car rides. Universal Studios Hollywood was a dream come true, Walking through the movie sets, seeing the actual props from films I'd watched dozens of times, and experiencing the studio tour made me feel like I was living inside a movie myself. The Wizarding World section transported me to another universe entirely, and I must have spent a fortune on butterbeer and chocolate frogs. But it was the announcement of our camping trip that truly set my heart racing with anticipation. Carmen had been planning this adventure for months, coordinating with her longtime friend Patricia, whose family would be joining us for a week in the Redwood National and State Parks. Patricia had managed to secure a reservation at one of the remote cabins deep within the forest, a place where cell phone service was non-existent, and the nearest town was over an hour's drive away. The drive north took us through landscapes that seemed pulled from a fantasy novel. Rolling hills gave way to dense forests, and soon we were surrounded by trees that stretched toward the sky like ancient cathedral pillars. The redwoods were unlike anything I had ever seen. Massive, ancient giants that had been standing for centuries before my great-grandparents were even born. When we finally arrived at the park, I was struck speechless by the sheer magnitude of these natural skyscrapers. Some of the trees were so wide that our entire family could hold hands around the trunk and still not encompass their girth. The forest floor was carpeted with thick layers of fallen needles that muffled our footsteps, creating an almost sacred silence broken only by the occasional bird call or rustling of small animals in the underbrush. Patricia's family had already arrived and settled into the cabin when we pulled up. The structure was rustic but comfortable, with a wraparound porch and large windows that offered stunning views of the surrounding forest. Patricia greeted us warmly, introducing her husband Carlos and their 2 children, 10-year-old Miguel and 8-year-old Isabella. Our camping setup was simple but effective. We pitched our large family tent about a 5-minute walk from the cabin, following a well-worn path that wound between the massive tree trunks. During daylight hours, the walk was pleasant and easy, with dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy above and the gentle sounds of nature providing a soothing soundtrack. The first few days were perfect. We hiked along established trails, marveling at the diversity of plant life that thrived in the redwood ecosystem. We discovered hidden groves where the trees formed natural amphitheaters, and quiet streams where we could sit and listen to the water babbling over smooth stones. Uncle Roberto taught us how to identify different types of ferns and mushrooms, while Carmen shared stories about the Native American tribes who had called these forests home for thousands of years. Evenings were spent at the cabin, gathered around the dinner table sharing stories of our daily adventures. Patricia was an excellent cook, and she delighted in preparing elaborate meals that filled the cabin with the aromas of garlic, herbs, and home-cooked goodness. After dinner, we would play board games, share ghost stories, or simply sit on the porch listening to the night sounds of the forest. But as comfortable as I felt during those daylight hours, something about the nighttime transformation of the forest unsettled me in ways I couldn't quite articulate. When darkness fell, the friendly, majestic trees seemed to take on more sinister personalities. The familiar paths became obstacle courses of hidden roots and fallen branches. The sounds that had been comforting during the day, rustling leaves, distant animal calls, the creaking of ancient wood, became mysterious and potentially threatening. Our flashlights created small circles of safety in an ocean of impenetrable darkness. Beyond their reach, the forest held secrets that my imagination filled with increasingly unsettling possibilities. Every shadow could hide watching eyes. Every sound could signal approaching danger, and every step away from the cabin's warm lights felt like a journey into the unknown. By our 4th night in the redwoods, a comfortable routine had established itself. After dinner and evening activities at the cabin, our family would gather our belongings, check our flashlights, and make the short but increasingly nerve-wracking journey back to our tent. What should have been a simple 5-minute walk had become a nightly test of courage that I secretly dreaded. The ritual always began the same way. Carmen would announce that it was time to head back, and we would reluctantly gather our things. Roberto would double-check that our flashlights had fresh batteries, while Diego and Sofia would argue about who had to carry the heavier backpack. I would stand by the cabin door, looking out into the wall of darkness that seemed to press against the windows like a living thing. The moment we stepped off the cabin's porch, the temperature seemed to drop by 10 degrees. The warm yellow light from the windows would fade behind us with alarming speed, swallowed by the hungry darkness of the forest. Our flashlight beams would dance ahead of us, illuminating a constantly shifting landscape of massive tree trunks, fallen logs, and undergrowth that seemed to move just beyond the edge of our vision. Roberto always led our small procession, his confident stride and steady flashlight beam providing a sense of security. Carmen would follow closely behind him, often carrying Isabella when the young girl grew tired. Diego and Sofia usually walked together in the middle of our group, their whispered conversations and occasional nervous laughter helping to break the oppressive silence of the night forest. And then there was me, inevitably bringing up the rear. Despite my best efforts to keep pace with the others, I found myself falling behind night after night. Whether it was my natural tendency to observe my surroundings more carefully, or simply a subconscious reluctance to venture deeper into the darkness, I consistently found myself becoming separated from the group by several yards. This positioning made me acutely aware of everything happening around us as we walked. I noticed how our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in the stillness, crushing dried needles and snapping small twigs with sounds that echoed through the trees. I observed how our flashlight beams created wildly dancing shadows that transformed familiar daytime landmarks into threatening, unrecognizable shapes. Most unsettling of all was the sensation that we were not alone in the forest. While I never saw anything concrete, I frequently had the distinct impression that something was watching our nightly procession. It was a feeling that started as a small itch between my shoulder blades and gradually spread throughout my body, the unmistakable sensation of being observed by hidden eyes. The forest itself seemed to respond to our presence in ways that I found increasingly disturbing. Sounds that had been constant during our passage would suddenly stop, as if the wildlife was holding its breath and waiting for us to pass. Then, moments after we had moved on, the normal forest noises would resume behind us, creating the unsettling impression that we were moving through a wave of unnatural silence. Our pathway wound between trees so massive that their trunks disappeared into darkness above and below our flashlight beams. These ancient giants created a maze-like environment where familiar landmarks were easily lost in the shadows. More than once I found myself momentarily disoriented, unsure whether we were still following the correct path or had somehow wandered into unexplored territory. The undergrowth on either side of our trail rustled constantly with the movements of unseen creatures. While logic told me these were probably just small mammals, birds, or insects going about their nocturnal business, my imagination populated the darkness with increasingly sinister possibilities. Every rustling bush could hide something watching us. Every snapping twig could signal the approach of something we couldn't see. Roberto tried to maintain a cheerful atmosphere during these nightly walks, pointing out interesting features visible in our flashlight beams or sharing facts about redwood ecology. But even his normally confident voice seemed smaller and less reassuring when surrounded by the vast darkness of the ancient forest. Carmen would occasionally call back to ensure that everyone was keeping up, her voice carrying a note of maternal concern that suggested she, too, felt the oppressive weight of the nighttime forest. As we walked, I found myself developing an almost obsessive habit of checking behind us. Every few steps, I would turn around and shine my flashlight back along the path we had just traveled, scanning for any signs of movement or watching eyes. These backward glances never revealed anything concrete, but they did nothing to alleviate the growing certainty that something was following us through the darkness. The trees themselves seemed to watch our progress with ancient, patient intelligence. Their massive forms loomed over us like silent sentinels, their bark deeply grooved and scarred by centuries of weather and growth. In the shifting light of our flashlights, these natural textures created faces and shapes that appeared to move and change as we passed. The fifth night began like all the others, but there was something different in the air, a tension that I couldn't quite identify but felt in every fiber of my being. Dinner at the cabin had been particularly enjoyable, with Patricia preparing her famous enchiladas and Carlos entertaining us with stories from his childhood in Mexico. The evening had stretched longer than usual, filled with laughter and animated conversation that made the inevitable return to our tent feel even more daunting. By the time Carmen announced it was time to head back, it was nearly 11 o'clock, later than we had ever started our nighttime journey. The darkness outside seemed deeper and more impenetrable than usual, pressing against the cabin windows with an almost aggressive intensity. When Roberto opened the door to check the weather, a rush of cold air swept into the warm cabin, carrying with it the scent of decomposing leaves and something else, something wild and animal-like that made my stomach clench with unease. The temperature had dropped significantly since sunset, and our breath formed small clouds in the beam of our flashlights as we prepared for the walk. Carmen had packed an extra sweater in her bag, and she insisted that Sophia wear it despite the girls' protests that she wasn't cold. Roberto checked and rechecked our flashlights, replacing batteries in 2 of them, even though they seemed to be working perfectly well. As we said our goodbyes to Patricia's family, I noticed that even they seemed reluctant to let us go. Carlos offered multiple times to drive us to our campsite, despite the fact that the path was far too narrow for any vehicle. Patricia suggested that we might want to consider sleeping on the cabin floor, an offer that Carmen politely declined, but I secretly wished she would accept. The moment we stepped off the cabin porch, I knew this night would be different from all the others. The usual sounds of the forest, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant calls of night birds, the occasional scurrying of small animals, were completely absent. The redwood forest, normally alive with subtle sounds and movements, was wrapped in a silence so complete it felt almost artificial. Our footsteps seemed unnaturally loud in this unnatural quiet, each step on the forest floor producing sounds that seemed to echo between the massive tree trunks. Roberto's usual commentary about forest features was replaced by tense silence, and even Diego and Sophia had stopped their normal chatter. We walked in a procession that felt more like a funeral march than a casual stroll to our campsite. As we moved deeper into the forest, I became increasingly aware that the normal arrangement of our group was being disrupted. Roberto was walking faster than usual, his flashlight beam sweeping nervously from side to side as if searching for something he expected to find. Carmen was struggling to keep up with his pace, while also ensuring that the younger children didn't fall behind. Diego and Sophia, usually so confident and playful, had moved closer together and were walking in almost perfect synchronization, their small hands occasionally reaching out to touch each other for reassurance. Their whispered conversations had stopped entirely, replaced by tense breathing and the sound of their footsteps on the forest floor. And I, as always, found myself falling behind the group. But tonight, the distance between me and the others seemed to grow more rapidly than usual. Whether they were walking faster out of nervousness or I was walking slower out of an inexplicable reluctance to proceed, the gap between us widened with each step we took. The beam of my flashlight seemed weaker than usual, barely penetrating the thick darkness that surrounded us. The massive redwood trunks loomed like ancient guardians in the circle of light, their deeply grooved bark creating patterns that seemed to shift and move as my light played across them. Above us, the canopy was completely invisible, lost in a darkness so complete it felt like we were walking through an underground cavern rather than an open forest. Every few steps, I found myself stopping to listen, convinced that I had heard something moving in the underbrush beside our path. But each time I paused to focus on these sounds, the forest would fall into that unnatural silence, as if whatever I had heard was now motionless, waiting and watching. When I would finally move forward again, the sounds would resume just at the edge of my hearing, subtle rustlings and soft footfalls that seemed to match my own pace. The temperature continued to drop as we walked, and I could feel the cold seeping through my jacket and settling into my bones. My breath formed increasingly large clouds in the beam of my flashlight, and I began to shiver despite my layers of clothing. The cold seemed to be coming from the forest itself, radiating from the massive trees and the dark spaces between them. As the distance between me and the rest of my family continued to grow, I felt an increasing sense of isolation and vulnerability. Their flashlight beams were becoming smaller and more distant, reduced to flickering points of light that seemed to dance between the tree trunks ahead of me. Their voices, when I could hear them at all, sounded muffled and strange, as if the forest was absorbing and distorting the sound. It was in this state of growing unease and isolation that I first heard my name being called from the darkness behind me. The sound of my name cut through the oppressive silence of the forest like a knife through silk. It was soft at first, barely distinguishable from the subtle sounds of wind moving through the redwood canopy far above us. But as I stopped walking and strained to listen, I heard it again, clearer this time, and unmistakably calling my name. The voice was coming from somewhere behind me, back in the direction of the cabin we had left just minutes earlier. My first rational thought was that Patricia had discovered something we had forgotten. Perhaps a phone charger or one of Sophia's stuffed animals, and was hurrying through the forest to return it to us. This explanation made perfect sense and should have provided immediate relief from the anxiety that had been building throughout our walk. But something about the voice didn't sound quite right. While it definitely seemed to be Patricia's voice, there was a quality to it that I couldn't immediately identify, but that made my stomach tighten with unease. It was as if her voice was being filtered through some kind of electronic device, or as if she was calling from a great distance despite sounding relatively close. I stopped walking completely and turned around, shining my flashlight back along the path we had just traveled. The beam illuminated the familiar landscape of massive tree trunks and forest undergrowth, but I couldn't see any sign of Patricia or anyone else who might have been following us. The pathway stretched back into darkness beyond the reach of my light, empty and silent, except for the echo of my name still seeming to hang in the air. Ahead of me, my family continued walking, apparently unaware that I had stopped. The distance between us was now significant enough that their flashlight beams appeared as distant, flickering stars through the forest of tree trunks. I could still hear their footsteps and occasional conversation, but the sound seemed muffled and far away, as if they were in a completely different part of the forest. I called out toward the darkness behind me, using Patricia's name and asking if everything was all right. My voice sounded unnaturally loud in the silence of the forest, and it seemed to be absorbed by the massive trees without producing any echo or response. I waited for several seconds, listening intently for any reply, but heard nothing except the sound of my own breathing and the distant footsteps of my family moving further away. Then I heard my name again, more clearly this time, and definitely coming from somewhere in the darkness behind me. But now I was certain that something was wrong with the voice. While it still sounded like Patricia, there was a strange, hollow quality to it that reminded me of old audio recordings or voices heard through damaged speakers. The tone was also wrong, too flat, too emotionless, lacking the warmth and inflection that characterized Patricia's normal speech patterns. Despite these unsettling observations, the rational part of my mind continued to insist that Patricia must be trying to catch up with us for some perfectly innocent reason. Perhaps she was calling through cupped hands, which could account for the strange acoustic qualities I was noticing. Or maybe she was slightly out of breath from hurrying through the forest, which could explain the flat, strained tone of her voice. With these explanations providing some comfort, I decided to walk back toward the voice and see what Patricia needed. I called out to my family to let them know I would catch up with them in a moment, but they were now far enough away that I wasn't sure if they heard me. Their flashlight beams had disappeared entirely behind the forest of tree trunks, leaving me alone in my small circle of light. As I began walking back along the path, I heard my name called again, this time with what seemed like increased urgency. The voice was definitely closer now, but the strange, distorted quality was becoming more pronounced rather than less. It was beginning to sound less like Patricia calling through cupped hands, and more like a recording of Patricia's voice being played through a damaged audio system. The forest around me seemed to respond to my change in direction in ways that I found increasingly disturbing. The oppressive silence that had characterized our entire walk was broken by new sounds. Subtle rustlings in the undergrowth, soft footfalls that seemed to match my own pace, and what sounded like branches being carefully moved aside by something large moving parallel to the path. My flashlight beam, which had seemed inadequate throughout our walk, now appeared to be growing weaker with each step I took away from my family. The circle of light around me was shrinking, making the massive redwood trunks seem to press closer and closer. The familiar pathway, which I had walked multiple times over the past few days, suddenly seemed foreign and threatening. As I continued walking toward the voice, I became increasingly aware that the normal sounds of a forest at night, the calls of nocturnal birds, the rustling of small mammals, the subtle sounds of insects, were completely absent. The redwood forest, which should have been alive with the activities of countless creatures, was wrapped in a silence so complete it felt almost supernatural. The cold was also becoming more intense, seeping through my jacket and settling into my bones despite the physical activity of walking. My breath formed increasingly large clouds in the beam of my flashlight, and I began to shiver uncontrollably. But this wasn't the normal cold of a forest night. It felt somehow wrong, as if it was coming from something other than the natural drop in temperature after sunset. When I heard my name called for the fourth time, I knew with absolute certainty that whatever was calling me was not Patricia. The voice retained her vocal patterns and intonation, but it was now obviously artificial, a perfect imitation that was just slightly off in ways that my subconscious mind had been trying to warn me about from the very beginning. The moment I realized that the voice calling my name was not Patricia, every instinct in my body began screaming at me to run. But instead of fleeing, I found myself frozen in place, my flashlight beam trembling in my hand as I strained to peer into the darkness ahead. The voice had stopped calling, but I could sense a presence in the forest around me, something watching, waiting, and evaluating my next move. The silence that followed was unlike anything I had ever experienced. It wasn't simply the absence of sound, but rather a complete void that seemed to absorb even the small noises I was making, my breathing, the rustling of my jacket, even the soft electrical hum of my flashlight. It was as if the forest itself had stopped functioning, suspended in a moment of unnatural stillness. But then, just at the edge of my hearing, I detected something that made my blood freeze in my veins. It was the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, and definitely not human. The rhythm was wrong, too deep and too controlled, like something that was consciously trying to mimic human respiratory patterns, but couldn't quite manage the natural irregularity of unconscious breathing. I slowly moved my flashlight beam back and forth across the forest ahead of me, searching for the source of this unsettling sound. The light revealed the familiar landscape of massive redwood trunks and thick undergrowth, but everything seemed somehow different now, more threatening, more alive with malevolent possibility. Shadows that had been simple gaps between trees during our previous walks now appeared to writhe and shift, as if they were hiding something that didn't want to be seen. The breathing sound continued, seeming to come from multiple directions at once. Sometimes it appeared to be directly ahead of me, sometimes to my left or right, and occasionally it seemed to be coming from above, as if something was perched in the lower branches of the massive trees. This shifting location made it impossible for me to focus my light on any specific area, and I found myself spinning slowly in place, trying to track a sound that seemed to move independently of any physical source. As I stood there turning in confused circles, I became aware of another disturbing phenomenon. The darkness beyond my flashlight beam wasn't simply the normal black of night in a dense forest. Instead, it seemed to have texture and depth, as if it was a physical substance that was actively resisting the penetration of my light. When I moved the beam away from an area and then quickly moved it back, I could swear that the darkness was flowing back into place like thick liquid. My name was called again, but this time the voice came from a completely different direction, off to my right, where the forest floor sloped gently downward toward what I remembered being a small creek. But now the voice had changed in other ways as well. While it still maintained Patricia's basic vocal characteristics, it had taken on an urgent, almost desperate quality that was completely unlike her normal calm demeanor. The false urgency in the voice triggered something in my memory, a conversation I had overheard between Carmen and my mother before I left for California. They had been discussing local folklore and superstitions, and Carmen had mentioned something about entities that lived in remote wilderness areas and used imitated voices to lure people away from safety. At the time, I had dismissed it as typical adult superstition, but now those half-remembered warnings came flooding back with terrifying clarity. Understanding that I was dealing with something that was definitely not human, I began to back slowly toward where I hoped my family was still walking. But as I moved, I discovered that my sense of direction had become completely confused. The pathway that should have been directly behind me seemed to have disappeared, replaced by dense undergrowth that I couldn't remember seeing earlier. My flashlight beam revealed no clear trail in any direction, just an endless maze of tree trunks and shadowy spaces between them. The breathing sounds were getting closer now, and they were being joined by other noises that made my skin crawl with primitive terror. There was a soft scratching sound, like claws being dragged across bark, and occasional soft thuds that could have been footsteps or something dropping from the trees above. Most disturbing of all was a low, rumbling sound that seemed to come from deep within the chest of something much larger than any animal I knew lived in these forests. As these sounds closed in around me, I caught my first glimpse of what had been calling my name. It was just a flash of movement in my peripheral vision, but it was enough to confirm my worst fears. The shape was wrong. Too tall and thin, moving in ways that no human body could move, with proportions that suggested something that had learned to imitate human form but had never quite mastered the details. When I turned my flashlight toward where I had seen the movement, I found nothing but empty forest. But now I could smell something that hadn't been there before. A wild animal scent mixed with something else that reminded me of old meat and wet fur. The odor was strong enough to make me gag, and it seemed to be getting stronger with each passing moment. My name was called one final time, but now the voice had dropped all pretense of being Patricia. It was still recognizably her vocal patterns, but distorted and wrong in ways that made it clear that whatever was producing the sound had never been human. The tone was hungry and predatory, filled with an alien intelligence that viewed me as prey rather than a person. That final, obviously inhuman call broke the spell of paralysis that had been holding me in place. Every survival instinct inherited from thousands of generations of human ancestors suddenly activated, flooding my system with adrenaline and an overwhelming compulsion to flee. Without conscious thought, I spun around and began running through the forest, crashing through undergrowth and bouncing off tree trunks in my desperate attempt to escape whatever was stalking me. Running through a redwood forest at night while being pursued by something inhuman is an experience that defies rational description. Every step was a leap of faith into darkness. Every shadow could hide a route that would send me tumbling, and every second that passed brought me closer to complete panic. My flashlight beam bobbed wildly as I ran, creating a strobe light effect that transformed the forest into a series of frozen snapshots. Tree trunk, undergrowth, more tree trunks, and always the impenetrable darkness just beyond my light. Behind me, I could hear sounds that confirmed my worst fears about what was following me. There were footsteps, but they didn't follow the regular rhythm of human running. Instead, they came in irregular patterns, sometimes rapid like a four-legged animal, sometimes slow and deliberate like something carefully choosing its footing and occasionally stopping altogether, as if the creature was pausing to track my scent or listen for my location. The sounds weren't limited to footsteps. I could hear branches being pushed aside with more force than any human would use, and occasionally there would be scratching sounds against tree bark that suggested claws rather than hands. Most terrifying of all were the breathing sounds, which had evolved from the artificial human-like pattern I had first noticed into something that was definitely animal, but far too large and intelligent to be any creature I knew lived in these forests. As I crashed through the undergrowth, I tried desperately to remember the layout of the forest and find my way back to either the cabin or our campsite. But in my panic and the disorienting darkness, I had lost all sense of direction. The massive redwood trunks all looked identical in my wildly swinging flashlight beam, and the undergrowth between them seemed to have rearranged itself into configurations I didn't remember from our previous walks. My lungs were burning from the cold air and the exertion of running, and my legs were beginning to shake from the adrenaline and fear. But every time I considered slowing down or stopping to catch my breath, I would hear those pursuing sounds behind me and force myself to continue. Whatever was following me was persistent and patient, maintaining a steady distance that suggested it was playing with me rather than trying to catch me immediately. The forest itself seemed to be working against my escape. Roots appeared out of nowhere to catch my feet, branches hung at exactly the right height to slap against my face and chest, and the undergrowth seemed to grow thicker and more tangled with every step I took. My jacket was torn in several places from encounters with thorns and sharp branches, and I could feel scratches on my face and hands from the various obstacles I had crashed through. Most disturbing of all was the growing realization that the sounds behind me were becoming more coordinated and purposeful. What had started as random pursuit noises were organizing into patterns that suggested intelligence and strategy. The creature was learning my running patterns, anticipating my changes in direction, and gradually herding me away from any area where I might find help or safety. As this understanding dawned on me, I forced myself to stop running and listen carefully to what was happening around me. The immediate silence that followed was almost more terrifying than the sounds had been. Whatever was pursuing me had also stopped, and I could sense it somewhere in the darkness nearby, waiting and watching to see what I would do next. In the relative quiet, I could hear my own heart pounding and my labored breathing, but I could also detect something else, the distant sound of human voices calling my name. But these voices were different from the artificial imitation that had lured me away from my family. These were real human voices, filled with genuine concern and growing panic. Carmen, Roberto, and my cousins had realized I was missing and were searching for me. The relief I felt at hearing their voices was immediately tempered by a new fear, that whatever was stalking me might also hear them and turn its attention to my family. The creature had already demonstrated its ability to imitate human voices perfectly, and I realized that it might use this ability to lure my relatives into the same trap that had caught me. With this terrifying possibility in mind, I began moving as quietly as possible toward the sound of the real voices, trying to avoid making any noise that might alert the creature to my family's location. But as I crept through the forest, I became aware that the sounds of pursuit had resumed behind me. Whatever was following me was also moving toward the voices, staying just far enough behind me to remain hidden while using me to lead it to new prey. The next few minutes became a nightmare game of cat and mouse through the dark forest. I tried to move quickly enough to reach my family before the creature could catch either them or me, while also trying to move quietly enough to avoid leading it directly to them. Behind me, I could hear it matching my pace perfectly, sometimes stopping when I stopped, sometimes moving when I moved, always maintaining that perfect distance that kept it just beyond the reach of my flashlight. The voices of my family were getting closer, but they were also becoming more frantic. I could hear Carmen calling my name with increasing desperation, and Roberto shouting instructions to Diego and Sofia about staying close and keeping their flashlights pointed outward. They had clearly realized that something was seriously wrong, but they had no idea what kind of danger they were walking into. Just as I was beginning to think I might reach them safely, I heard something that made my blood freeze. It was my own voice, calling out to Carmen from somewhere behind me and to my left. The imitation was perfect. Every inflection, every tone, even the slight breathlessness that would be natural if I had been running through the forest. But I was standing perfectly still, listening to something else use my voice to call to my aunt. The realization that the creature could imitate not just Patricia's voice, but my voice as well, filled me with a terror so complete that I nearly collapsed. If it could sound exactly like me, there was no way for my family to distinguish between the real me and the creature when we finally encountered each other. They might run toward the wrong voice, or worse, they might not trust the real me when I tried to warn them about the danger. The sound of my own voice calling from the wrong direction galvanized me into action like nothing else could have. I abandoned all attempts at stealth and began running toward my family's voices, crashing through the undergrowth and shouting warnings at the top of my lungs. My words came out in a panicked jumble, warnings about something following me, pleas for them to stay together, and desperate assurances that I was the real me and not whatever was imitating my voice from the forest. Carmen's voice reached me first, cutting through my panic with the kind of authoritative tone that only mothers and aunts can produce in moments of crisis. She was shouting my name repeatedly, but she was also giving rapid instructions to Roberto and the children about forming a tight group and keeping their flashlights pointed outward in all directions. Her voice carried a level of fear that I had never heard from her before, but it was mixed with determination and protective fury that made it clear she would fight anything that threatened her family. When I finally crashed through a thicket of ferns and found myself in the circle of their combined flashlight beams, the relief was so overwhelming that I nearly collapsed. Carmen immediately grabbed me and pulled me into the center of their protective formation, while Roberto began rapidly examining me for injuries. Diego and Sofia pressed close against me, their small hands gripping my jacket as if they were afraid I might disappear again. But even as I felt the safety of being reunited with my family, I was acutely aware that we were far from out of danger. The sounds of pursuit that had been following me through the forest had not stopped when I reached the others. Instead, they had changed, becoming more cautious and circling around our position like a predator evaluating its prey. I could hear movement in the darkness beyond our flashlight beams, soft footfalls, rustling undergrowth, and that artificial breathing pattern that had first alerted me to the creature's inhuman nature. Roberto had taken charge of our group with military-like precision, positioning us in a tight formation with the children in the center and the adults facing outward with flashlights and the few improvised weapons he could quickly gather: a heavy walking stick, a large rock, and the camping knife from his belt. His voice was calm and controlled as he gave instructions, but I could see the fear in his eyes as he scanned the darkness around us. I tried to explain what had happened to me, but my words came out in fragmented bursts between gasps for air. I told them about the voice imitating Patricia, about the breathing sounds and the wrongness of everything I had encountered, and about the thing that had been pursuing me through the forest. As I spoke, I could see understanding and horror dawning in their faces, particularly in Carmen's eyes, as she recognized elements of the folklore she had grown up with. "Skinwalker," she whispered, and the word seemed to carry physical weight in the darkness around us. Roberto nodded grimly, clearly familiar with the term and its implications. Even Diego and Sofia seemed to understand the significance of the word, their small bodies pressing even closer to the adults as their eyes darted nervously toward the shadows beyond our lights. As if responding to Carmen's identification, the sounds around us became more aggressive and purposeful. The creature, or creatures, as I was beginning to suspect there might be more than one, began calling to us in voices we recognized. First it was Patricia's voice, asking if we had found me and offering to help search. Then it was Carlos's voice, claiming that they had been looking for us and asking us to follow his voice back to the cabin. Most disturbing of all was when it began using my voice again, calling from multiple directions simultaneously and creating the impossible scenario of hearing myself speak from several different locations in the forest. The effect was disorienting and psychologically devastating, making it difficult for any of us to trust our own perceptions of what was real and what was artificial. Roberto made the decision that probably saved all our lives. Instead of trying to follow any of the voices or attempting to navigate back to familiar territory, he led us to the base of the largest redwood tree in our immediate vicinity. These ancient giants often had hollow spaces at their bases where centuries of weather and decay had carved out natural shelters. We squeezed into one of these hollows, positioning ourselves so that we could see out in all directions while having solid wood at our backs. The tree hollow provided both physical protection and psychological comfort. The massive redwood trunk was too large for any creature to climb easily, and the hollow was just large enough for our family to huddle together while still being able to defend the opening. Roberto positioned himself at the mouth of the hollow with his improvised weapons, while Carmen used her body to shield the children and kept her flashlight pointed outward. From our defensive position, we could observe the creature's behavior more safely. What we saw confirmed our worst fears about the intelligence and persistence of what we were dealing with. The sounds of movement around our hiding place became more systematic and methodical, suggesting that the creature was carefully examining our shelter and looking for weaknesses or alternative approaches. Occasionally, we would catch glimpses of movement in our flashlight beams, never long enough or clear enough to see exactly what we were dealing with, but sufficient to confirm that something large and wrong was circling our position. The shapes we saw were too tall and moved in ways that no known animal could move, with proportions that suggested something that had learned to imitate human form, but had never quite perfected the mimicry. The vocal imitations continued throughout the night, becoming increasingly sophisticated and psychologically targeted. The creature began using the voices of my parents, calling my name with exactly the inflections and emotional tones they would use if they were genuinely worried about me. It imitated my grandmother's voice, speaking in Spanish and using pet names that only she had ever called me. Most cruelly of all, it began using the voice of my younger sister, pleading for me to help her because she was lost and scared. The first hints of dawn came not as visible light, but as a gradual change in the quality of darkness around us. The absolute black of the forest night slowly began to differentiate into shades of gray, and the oppressive weight of complete darkness gradually lifted from our shoulders. With this subtle change came an equally gradual cessation of the sounds that had terrorized us throughout the night. The creature's vocal imitations became less frequent and less convincing as the darkness faded. It was as if the approaching daylight was somehow weakening its power or confidence, forcing it to retreat to whatever hidden spaces it occupied during daylight hours. The last voice we heard was a perfect imitation of my mother calling my name, but it came from such a great distance that it sounded more like a final threat than an immediate danger. As full daylight finally penetrated the forest canopy, we cautiously emerged from our hiding place in the hollow of the massive redwood. Roberto led our small group with even more caution than he had shown during our nighttime terror, constantly scanning the forest around us and insisting that we maintain our tight formation even in the apparent safety of daylight. The forest looked completely different in the morning light. The massive trees that had seemed threatening and maze-like in the darkness were revealed to be familiar landmarks that we had passed many times during our previous walks. The undergrowth that had appeared dense and impenetrable in our flashlight beams was actually fairly sparse and easy to navigate. Most remarkably of all, we discovered that we were less than 100 yards from our campsite, having spent the entire night practically within sight of our tent. But even in the comforting light of day, there were signs of the previous night's encounter that couldn't be explained away as imagination or fear-induced hallucinations. The forest floor around our hiding place was marked with tracks, unlike anything any of us had ever seen. They were roughly human-shaped but far too large, with claw marks instead of normal toe impressions and a gait pattern that suggested something that moved on two legs but wasn't quite comfortable with bipedal locomotion. More disturbing were the scratch marks on several of the trees surrounding our overnight shelter. These gouges in the bark were too high and too deep to have been made by any known animal, and they formed patterns that suggested intelligence rather than random animal behavior. Some of the marks appeared to be symbols or pictographs, crude but purposeful scratches that conveyed meaning in some alien language. When we finally made it back to the cabin, Patricia and Carlos were awake and preparing breakfast, completely unaware of the terror we had experienced during the night. Their casual morning routine and cheerful greetings seemed surreal after what we had been through, and it took several minutes for us to find the words to explain why we looked like we had been through a battle. Patricia's reaction to our story was immediate and chilling. She didn't express skepticism or suggest alternative explanations for our experience. Instead, her face went pale and she began rapidly packing their belongings, insisting that both families needed to leave the forest immediately. When Roberto asked why she was so certain about the danger, she revealed that she had grown up in an area where encounters with skinwalkers were part of local folklore and family history. According to Patricia, skinwalkers were malevolent entities that inhabited remote wilderness areas and possessed the ability to perfectly imitate human voices and appearance. They used these abilities to lure people away from safety, either to feed on them or to steal their identities and infiltrate human communities. Most importantly, she explained that they were primarily nocturnal creatures that became significantly less powerful and more vulnerable during daylight hours. The revelation that skinwalkers were real, documented threats rather than mere folklore, sent chills through our entire group. Patricia's matter-of-fact discussion of their habits and vulnerabilities made it clear that we had been incredibly fortunate to survive our encounter. According to her family's traditions, skinwalkers typically didn't give up after a single failed hunt, and they were known to follow potential prey for days or even weeks, waiting for another opportunity to isolate and attack them. Within 2 hours of sunrise, both families had packed all our belongings and were driving away from the redwood forest. As we put distance between ourselves and the scene of our terrifying encounter, I found myself looking back through the car windows at the massive trees that had hidden such an ancient and malevolent presence. The forest looked peaceful and beautiful in the morning sunlight, giving no hint of the horrors that emerged after dark. But even as we drove toward safety and civilization, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed us out of the forest. It was nothing concrete, no voices calling my name, no visible signs of pursuit. Just an persistent sense that we were still being watched and evaluated by intelligences that viewed humans as prey rather than people. The drive back to Carmen and Roberto's house was conducted in relative silence, with all of us processing the reality of what we had experienced. The comfortable skepticism that allows most people to dismiss supernatural encounters as imagination or misperception had been completely shattered by our night in the redwood forest. We had come face to face with something that existed outside the boundaries of normal human experience, and that knowledge would change all of us permanently. Patricia's family left for their own home that same afternoon, but not before she had shared additional information about skinwalker encounters and protection methods. She gave us small pouches of sage and other herbs that were traditionally used to ward off malevolent spirits, and she taught us prayers and protective rituals that her grandmother had passed down through generations of women who lived in areas where such creatures were known to exist. As I write this account several years later, I still carry one of those herb pouches with me wherever I travel. And while I have never had another encounter with a skinwalker, I have never again taken for granted the safety of familiar places or the reliability of familiar voices calling from the darkness. The forest taught me that the world contains intelligences and malevolent forces that exist entirely outside human understanding, and that knowledge has made me both more cautious and more grateful for the simple safety of home and family. The Redwood Forest continues to draw millions of visitors each year, and most of them experience nothing more threatening than mosquito bites and sore feet. But I know that when darkness falls among those ancient trees, other things emerge to hunt and stalk and wait for the unwary traveler who strays too far from the safety of human companionship. And sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in my safe suburban home, I can still hear my name being called by voices that sound like people I love but contain nothing human behind their perfect mimicry. The forest seemed to swallow sound itself as I ventured deeper along the barely visible trail. My backpack, stuffed with 3 days' worth of supplies, pressed heavily against my shoulders. I'd been planning this solo hiking trip through the northern Wisconsin wilderness for months, mapping a route through one of the most isolated sections of the Chequamegon-Nicolet National Forest. April wasn't peak hiking season, which was precisely why I chose it. The mosquitoes hadn't emerged in full force, the summer crowds were still months away, and the crisp spring air carried that perfect blend of pine and earth. The weather forecast promised 3 days of clear skies, ideal conditions for photographing wildlife and stargazing. I'd left my itinerary with the park ranger, a weathered man in his 50s named Johnson. He'd raised an eyebrow when I mentioned my destination. Wendigo Ridge? Not many folks head up there, he said, studying my permit application. Nothing wrong with it, just keep to the marked trails. I assured him I would, though his concern seemed excessive. I'd been backcountry hiking for over a decade. By mid-afternoon, I reached the small clearing where I planned to make camp. The location was perfect, a natural depression sheltered by towering pines, with a small stream gurgling nearby. I set up my tent, gathered firewood, and prepared dinner well before sunset. As darkness fell, I sat beside my small campfire, reviewing photographs on my camera. That's when I first noticed the silence. Not the peaceful quiet of nature, but a complete absence of sound. No insects chirping, no rustling leaves, no distant owl calls. Just the occasional crack of my fire. Must be the weather changing, I mumbled to myself, though the sky remained clear. I was about to turn in when my fire flickered oddly, as if disturbed by a sudden gust. But there was no wind. The flames bent sideways, all in the same direction, pointing toward a particularly dense section of trees beyond my clearing. Standing, I shone my flashlight into the darkness. Nothing moved. Yet something felt wrong. The beam of light seemed to penetrate less deeply than it should have, as if the darkness there was somehow thicker. I took a step toward the tree line, then stopped when something caught my eye. A reflection, perhaps? 2 pinpricks of light, about 6 feet off the ground, separated just like eyes. I blinked, and they vanished. Convincing myself it was just my imagination, I retreated to my tent. Inside my sleeping bag, I continued to listen. The forest remained unnaturally silent until, around midnight, a sound finally broke through, a distant cracking of branches that seemed to circle my campsite, methodically moving from west to east, then north to south. Whatever was out there kept its distance, but I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. I dozed fitfully until dawn, when birdsong finally returned to the forest. In the morning light, everything seemed normal again, almost. Because when I stepped outside my tent, I found my carefully gathered firewood pile had been scattered, each piece arranged in a perfect straight line pointing directly northeast. Animals, I told myself firmly. Probably raccoons. But raccoons don't arrange things in geometric patterns. I made breakfast quickly, packed up, and continued deeper into the wilderness, telling myself that leaving now would be an overreaction. The second night's campsite was still my goal, a scenic overlook I'd read about online, described as offering spectacular views of the valley below. As I hiked, the sense of being followed grew stronger. Twice I spun around suddenly, certain I'd catch someone, or something, trailing me. Both times, I saw nothing but empty trail behind me. At midday, I paused beside a small, unnamed lake to refill my water bottles. The surface was mirror still, reflecting the surrounding pines with perfect clarity. I bent down, submerging my filter bottle, and froze. In the reflection, something stood behind me. A tall, gaunt figure partially hidden by trees. I couldn't make out details, but it didn't move like a hiker. I whirled around, heart pounding, but saw only forest, empty and still. I looked back at the water. The reflection showed nothing unusual now. With trembling hands, I finished filling my bottles and continued hiking, my pace considerably faster than before. By late afternoon, I reached the ridge overlook. Under different circumstances, I would have appreciated the breathtaking vista, miles of unbroken forest stretching to the horizon, painted in the golden light of the setting sun. Instead, I found myself constantly scanning the tree line, jumping at every snapped twig. I set up camp in record time, choosing a spot with clear sight lines in all directions. As I worked, I noticed something unusual about some of the trees bordering my campsite. Strange markings carved into the bark, fresh markings. Moving closer, I examined the symbols. They weren't trailblazes or forestry marks. The patterns resembled crude stick figures, each with distorted limbs and elongated heads. 8 trees bore these markings, forming a rough circle around my camp. My initial thought was vandalism, other hikers defacing the forest, but the remoteness of the location made that unlikely. According to my map, the nearest designated trail was miles away. Not important, I said aloud, trying to calm myself. Just focus on dinner and getting some rest. But I couldn't ignore the markings, nor could I shake the growing certainty that they hadn't been there when I first arrived. I took photos of each one, then turned my camera to capture the sunset over the valley. When I reviewed the images later, I noticed something disturbing. In 3 consecutive landscape photos, a dark figure stood at the edge of the frame, partially obscured by trees. In each image, it appeared slightly closer. I frantically scanned the tree line, but saw nothing. That night, I didn't bother with a fire. Instead, I retreated to my tent early, securing all my food in a bear canister well away from camp. Sleep seemed impossible as the forest once again fell into that unnatural silence. Around midnight, the footsteps began. They circled my tent slowly, methodically. Heavy footfalls on soft earth, deliberate, unhurried. I lay frozen in my sleeping bag, flashlight clutched in one white-knuckled hand, knife in the other. The steps completed a full circle, then stopped directly in front of my tent flap. Silence, then a scratching sound as something traced patterns across the nylon. I managed to take one photo through the tent fabric, the flash illuminating a hunched silhouette outside. When I checked the image, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the camera, I saw what appeared to be a tall, emaciated human figure. But the proportions were wrong, arms too long, head oddly shaped. Fighting panic, I called out, "I know someone's there, I'm armed." The scratching stopped instantly. After several minutes of silence, I cautiously unzipped the tent just enough to peer out. The clearing was empty, but the ground revealed a trail of footprints circling my tent, not hiking boots, but bare feet with elongated toes that dug deeply into the soil. They led away into the forest, heading northeast. I didn't sleep that night. Morning brought no relief. The footprints remained, but now I discovered something else. 3 small animal carcasses placed in a triangle around my tent. Rabbits, freshly killed, their necks broken at unnatural angles. Within minutes, I had packed my gear, my hands fumbling with zippers and straps. This was no longer about finishing a planned route. I needed to get back to civilization. I abandoned my original return path and decided to head directly west, where my map showed a Forest Service road about 7 miles distant. If I pushed hard, I could reach it by nightfall. But as I hiked, I realized with growing dread that landmarks weren't matching my map. Ridges appeared where valleys should be. Streams flowed in impossible directions. By midday, I was forced to admit a terrifying truth. I was lost. My GPS device showed coordinates that made no sense, jumping erratically each time I checked. My compass spun uselessly, the needle rotating in slow circles rather than pointing north. That's when I found the first doll. Hanging from a low branch directly in my path, a crude figure made from twigs and animal sinew, wrapped in what looked like human hair. Gray hair, the same color as mine. I stood motionless before the hanging doll, its twisted limbs gently swaying, though there was no breeze. The craftsmanship was primitive, but deliberate. Each stick bound with precise wrappings of sinew, the facial features carved with surprising detail. The gray hairs, so similar to my own, had been meticulously woven into the structure. As I stared, a realization formed. Whoever made this knew exactly who I was, and had been watching me long before I entered these woods. I backed away, then turned to find another path, and froze. Identical dolls hung from branches in every direction, forming a perfect circle around me, each one constructed with the same careful attention, each bearing those unmistakable gray hairs. My breathing quickened as I forced myself to think logically. This was clearly human work. Elaborate, yes, but human. Someone was trying to scare me. Perhaps locals who resented outsiders in their forest, or a disturbed individual living off-grid. I chose a direction and pushed forward, ducking under the hanging effigies. The forest grew denser, the trees pressing closer together, their branches forming a canopy that blocked most of the afternoon sunlight. After an hour of hiking, I stumbled upon a small natural clearing and stopped short. In the center stood a crude structure, a shelter of sorts built from interwoven branches and covered with pine boughs. At its entrance lay a pile of bones, mostly small animals, but among them, unmistakably, the elongated bones of human fingers. My instinct screamed to run, but exhaustion and disorientation kept me rooted. I needed to document this. With shaking hands, I photographed the shelter and bones, then cautiously approached the entrance. The interior was dark, but my flashlight revealed a space large enough for someone to lie down, lined with dried grasses and, my stomach lurched, scraps of what appeared to be hiking clothes. Different colors, different materials, all torn into strips. Among the debris lay a driver's license. I picked it up, wiping dirt from its surface. The photo showed a smiling young man named Robert Kelly, age 28, from Minneapolis. The issue date was 3 years ago. "Robert," I called out weakly, knowing there would be no answer. Further investigation revealed a backpack buried partially under the bedding materials. The top flap bore a patch from the University of Minnesota Hiking Club. Inside, I found a journal. The last entry dated 5 months ago. Day 4, something's following me. Keeps just out of sight. Rangers didn't mention any other hikers in this section. Found strange markings on trees around my camp this morning. Moving faster tomorrow, trying to reach the eastern trailhead. There was no Day 5 entry. I photographed the journal, then carefully replaced everything exactly as I'd found it. Whatever happened to Robert Kelly, I had no intention of meeting the same fate. As I backed away from the shelter, my boot struck something hard. Looking down, I discovered a small camera, an older model GoPro, caked with dirt but seemingly intact. I brushed it off and pressed the power button, surprised when it actually turned on, revealing a low but workable battery level. With trembling fingers, I accessed the recorded videos. Most were typical hiking footage, panoramic views, trail conditions, wildlife. But the final video, recorded at night, started with Robert's panicked face, illuminated by firelight. "It's been outside my camp for 2 hours now," he whispered. "I can hear it breathing." The camera panned shakily around a campsite similar to ones I'd made. It keeps mimicking sounds. First bird calls, then my voice. It called out my name using my own voice. The recording continued for another minute of Robert's increasingly frightened breathing before he suddenly stiffened. "There," he whispered, pointing the camera toward the darkness beyond his fire. For several seconds, the footage showed only darkness. Then, at the very edge of the firelight's reach, two reflective eyes appeared, set in a face that seemed almost human, but wrong. The proportions were distorted, the features stretched. The figure stood unnaturally still, half hidden by a tree. Robert's breathing quickened. "What do you want?" he called out, his voice breaking. The figure didn't move, but a voice answered. Robert's voice, perfectly mimicked. "What do you want?" The camera shook violently as Robert scrambled to his feet. The footage blurred with motion, then steadied as he apparently began running through the forest. His breathing came in ragged gasps as branches whipped past the lens. After 30 seconds of desperate flight, Robert stopped suddenly. The camera froze on a scene that made my blood freeze, a circle of hanging dolls, identical to those I'd encountered, illuminated by his headlamp. "No, no, no," Robert repeated, turning in a complete circle to reveal dolls in every direction. The final 10 seconds of footage showed Robert backing away from something approaching from the darkness. The camera caught only glimpses. Unnaturally long limbs, pale skin stretched too tight over protruding bones. Then a hand, human in shape but wrong in proportion, reached toward the lens. The video ended. I stood paralyzed, the dead man's camera clutched in my shaking hand. Whatever had happened to Robert Kelly was now happening to me. And judging by the abandoned shelter, it had likely happened to others before him. As daylight began to fade, I made a desperate decision. I would not make camp again. I would hike through the night, following any downward slope, hoping to reach some road or trail by morning. But as I shouldered my pack and turned to leave the clearing, I realized I was no longer alone. At the edge of the trees, partially hidden by shadows, stood a figure watching me. Tall and impossibly thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. And it was smiling. I ran. All thought of direction, strategy, or survival gear abandoned, I simply ran, crashing through underbrush, leaping over fallen logs, my only goal to put distance between myself and that smiling figure. My headlamp bounced wildly, creating a disorienting strobe effect as I fled. Branches clawed at my face and arms, but I barely felt the scratches. Pure adrenaline carried me forward. After what seemed like hours, but was likely only minutes, I collapsed against a massive oak, lungs burning, legs trembling. I dropped Robert's camera somewhere in my panicked flight. In the sudden stillness, I strained to hear any sound of pursuit. Nothing. Just my own ragged breathing and thundering heartbeat. When I finally caught my breath, I assessed my situation. My backpack remained secure, though my water bottle had fallen from its side pocket. The headlamp still functioned. My phone showed no service, not surprising in these remote woods, but could still serve as a secondary light source and camera. Most importantly, I still had my map and compass, though the latter continued to behave erratically, the needle now spinning lazily in continuous circles. I tried to calm myself with logic. What I'd seen, what Robert had captured on video, must have a rational explanation. Perhaps a severely malnourished person living in the wilderness, driven to madness by isolation. The elaborate scare tactic suggested someone with extensive knowledge of the forest and considerable time to prepare, not a supernatural creature, not a skinwalker from Navajo legends that I'd read about online. Those were myths. This was something human, no matter how disturbing its appearance. I switched off my headlamp to preserve battery and let my eyes adjust to the darkness. A 3/4 moon provided enough light to make out basic shapes. I needed to move. Quietly now. With purpose rather than panic. Water flowed downhill, and downhill eventually led to civilization. I identified what appeared to be a game trail leading downward and began following it, moving as silently as possible. The forest had once again fallen into that unnatural quiet. No insects chirping, no nocturnal animals rustling in the underbrush. After about 20 minutes of careful progress, I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sound behind me. Footsteps matching my pace exactly, stopping when I stopped, moving when I moved. I didn't turn around. Instead, I gradually increased my speed, listening as the follower did the same. Then came the whistling, a tuneless melody that seemed to float between the trees. It circled around me, sometimes sounding from ahead, sometimes from behind, though I never saw anyone. The moonlight created twisted shadows among the trees, each resembling a tall, gaunt figure. More than once I gasped and changed direction to avoid what turned out to be merely darkness playing tricks. Then I heard my name. Not called out, but whispered, so close it could have been spoken directly into my ear. I whirled around, flashlight beam cutting through darkness, illuminating nothing but empty forest. The whisper came again, from a different direction, still using my name. Then another whisper, another direction. Soon, multiple voices whispered simultaneously from all around me, creating a disorienting chorus of my own name. I broke into a run again, abandoning stealth for speed. The whispers followed, growing louder, more insistent. I crashed through a dense thicket and stumbled into a small clearing, where I encountered a sight that stopped me cold. A perfect circle of stones surrounded a pile of fresh-looking camping gear, a tent, sleeping bag, cooking equipment. Next to them sat a backpack nearly identical to my own, though a different color. Heart-pounding, I approached the abandoned camp. The tent door gaped open, revealing an empty interior. A half-eaten meal sat beside a small camp stove, the food still moist. Whoever had been here had left suddenly and recently. I called out hesitantly, "Hello? Is anyone here?" My voice echoed back from the surrounding trees, then transformed into that same whispered chorus of my name, growing louder until it seemed to press against me from all sides. I frantically searched the abandoned gear for identification, finding a wallet containing a driver's license belonging to Michael Brandt, 42, from Chicago. The license was current. "Michael?" I called, louder this time. The whispers stopped instantly. Complete silence descended, more terrifying than the voices had been. That's when I noticed the drag marks, a clear trail leading from the campsite into the woods, as if something heavy had been pulled away. The churned earth was dark with what looked horribly like blood. My hands shaking, I took photographs of the camp and the drag marks. If I survived, the authorities would need evidence. I searched the campsite for anything useful, finding a flare gun with 3 cartridges in Michael's pack. I pocketed them gratefully, then followed the drag marks to the edge of the clearing. The trail continued into the darkness beneath the trees, occasionally marked by dark stains. Every instinct warned against following, but I had to know. For Michael. For Robert. For myself. Holding my breath, I crept along the grisly path for about 50 yards until it ended at the base of a massive pine. I slowly raised my light to illuminate what hung from the lower branches. Michael's hiking clothes, torn, empty, arranged like a grotesque scarecrow. Each piece had been carefully positioned to form the shape of a man, suspended 6 feet above the ground. Below this macabre display lay a pile of gnawed bones. I staggered backward, fighting the urge to vomit. As I turned to flee, my light caught movement at the edge of its beam. A figure stood watching, the same emaciated silhouette I'd seen earlier, but closer now. Close enough to make out details I wished I hadn't seen. Its skin was stretched too tight across its face, giving it a skull-like appearance. Its eyes reflected my light like an animal's. But most disturbing was its mouth, locked in that same unnatural smile stretching literally from ear to ear. It tilted its head as it studied me, moving with the jerky quality of stop-motion animation. Then, with horrifying speed, it dropped to all fours and began scuttling toward me like some nightmarish spider. I fired a flare directly at it, momentarily illuminating the forest in harsh red light. The creature shrieked, a sound no human throat could produce, and recoiled from the burning magnesium. I didn't wait to see more. I ran again, no longer caring about direction, only escape. Behind me, that inhuman shrieking transformed, becoming a perfect imitation of my own terrified voice. Dawn found me huddled in the hollow of a lightning-struck tree, shivering despite the warming air. I had run until my legs gave out, then crawled until I found this meager shelter. My water was gone, my energy depleted, my hope diminishing with each passing hour. The morning light revealed scratches covering my arms and face, my clothes torn and filthy. My pack remained, though lighter now. I'd abandoned non-essential items during my flight. 2 flares remained in my pocket, along with Michael's driver's license and my increasingly useless phone. I forced myself to eat a protein bar, knowing I needed strength. As I chewed mechanically, I reviewed what I knew. At least 2 other hikers had encountered the same entity. Robert Kelly 5 months ago, Michael Brandt very recently. Neither had escaped. The creature demonstrated intelligence, patience, and hunting skills beyond normal predators. It could mimic voices perfectly and seemed to enjoy psychological torment before physically attacking. Most importantly, it feared fire. The flare had driven it back. I checked my supplies. My lighter remained, along with a small bottle of hand sanitizer, high in alcohol content, potentially flammable. If I could reach a clearing, perhaps I could signal for help with my remaining flares. The forest appeared different in daylight. Less menacing, more navigable. Birds had returned, their songs filling the air with normal woodland sounds. If not for my exhaustion and injuries, I could almost believe the night's horrors had been hallucinations. Almost. Rising painfully to my feet, I studied the sun's position. East. If I headed west consistently, I should eventually reach the Forest Service road marked on my map. I began walking, moving as quickly as my battered body allowed. By midday, the forest opened into a wide meadow filled with spring wildflowers. The sight was so unexpectedly beautiful that I stopped, momentarily forgetting my fear. Across the expanse of waving grass, I spotted what appeared to be a structure, a small cabin or outbuilding nestled against the far tree line. Hope surged within me. Civilization. Safety. I started across the meadow, pushing through knee-high grass, focusing entirely on that distant shelter. Halfway across, I noticed the silence had returned. Birds no longer sang. Wind no longer rustled the grass. Even my footsteps seemed muted, as if absorbed by some invisible barrier. I stopped, suddenly aware of movement in the grass around me. Subtle disturbances creating ripples like something swimming just beneath the surface. The ripples circled my position, gradually tightening. The cabin suddenly seemed much farther away, the meadow stretching impossibly before me. I broke into a stumbling run, watching in horror as the grass parted ahead of something moving rapidly to intercept me. I veered left, then right, trying to evade the unseen pursuer. The grass whipped against my legs as I ran, seeming to clutch at me, slowing my progress. The circling ripples converged, cutting off escape routes one by one. When I finally broke free of the meadow, stumbling into the clearing surrounding the cabin, I realized my mistake. The structure was no cabin. It was a trapper's shed, long abandoned, its roof partially collapsed, its single window gaping empty like an eye socket. But it was shelter. Walls. Protection at my back. I crashed through the rotting door, slamming it behind me, searching frantically for anything to barricade it. The interior was disappointingly empty. A single room with an old wood stove, a broken chair, and piles of moldering burlap sacks. Spiderwebs draped from ceiling beams, and the earthen floor bore the tracks of small animals. I dragged the wood stove against the door, knowing it provided only the illusion of security. The window remained undefended, and the weathered walls featured gaps wide enough to see through. Through one such gap, I watched the meadow. The strange rippling had stopped. The grass stood motionless in the windless afternoon. Nothing moved. Until it did. The creature emerged from the forest edge exactly where I had entered the meadow. In daylight, its appearance was even more disturbing, impossibly thin limbs connected to a torso that bent at unnatural angles. Its skin, stretched taut over visible bones, had the pallor of something that avoided sunlight. It moved with that same jerky gait, stopping occasionally to lower its face to the ground, seemingly tracking my scent. Each time it rose, that grotesque smile remained fixed, revealing too many teeth. I ducked away from the gap as it looked toward the shed. My breathing sounded thunderous in the small space, and I pressed my hand over my mouth to quiet it. A scratching sound from the roof sent splinters of rotted wood drifting down. Something moved across the ceiling, testing its strength. I pressed myself against the wall, clutching my remaining flares. The scratching circled the roof, then stopped directly overhead. Dust and debris showered down as something pressed against the weakened structure. I raised my eyes to see a hand, pale and elongated, break through, fingers splaying wide as they reached downward. I scrambled away, but in the confined space, there was nowhere to go. Another hand broke through beside the first, then another section of roof gave way. I aimed my flare gun upward, prepared to fire, when a different sound froze me in place. Voices. Human voices calling from the direction of the meadow. "Hello? Anyone out there? Forest Service?" The creature's hands withdrew instantly. Through the wall gap, I watched it drop from the roof and scuttle with shocking speed back into the forest, vanishing among the trees. I wanted to cry out, to alert the searchers, but fear kept me silent. What if it was another trick? The thing had mimicked voices before, but as I peered through the gap, I saw them, 3 uniformed figures entering the meadow, equipped with radios and official gear. "Hello?" I finally screamed, my voice breaking. "Help! I'm in the shed!" The figures turned toward my voice, and I saw the distinctive hats of forest rangers. Relief overwhelmed me, sending me to my knees as they approached cautiously. "Are you all right?" called the lead ranger, a woman in her 40s. "Are you injured?" "Be careful," I warned, pointing toward where the creature had disappeared. "There's something in the forest. It killed at least 2 hikers, maybe more." The rangers exchanged glances as they reached the shed, one of them speaking quietly into a radio. The female ranger helped me to my feet, her expression concerned as she took in my battered appearance. "We've been searching for you since yesterday," she explained. "Another hiker reported strange noises and possible distress calls. You're lucky we found you." "There's evidence," I insisted, fumbling for my phone. "Photos. And Michael Brandt's campsite. There's drag marks, blood. And Robert Kelly's shelter, with the bones." The rangers helped me outside, one offering water while another performed basic first aid on my visible wounds. The female ranger, her name tag read Anderson, listened patiently to my fragmented account. "We know about Robert Kelly," she said finally. "His remains were found 2 months ago, about 8 miles northeast of here. Animal predation, according to the coroner." "And Michael Brandt?" I asked desperately. She shook her head. "No reports of a missing hiker by that name, but these woods are extensive. If there's evidence of foul play, we'll investigate." I showed them the photos on my phone, the strange dolls, the shelter, Michael's abandoned camp, the drag marks. They studied them carefully, their expressions transitioning from skepticism to concern. "We need to get you to medical care," Ranger Anderson decided. "Then we'll send a team to these coordinates to investigate." As they helped me toward their vehicle, I glanced back at the forest edge. For just a moment, I thought I saw movement, that distinctive jerky motion among the shadows. But when I blinked, nothing was there. The rangers guided me into their truck, radioing ahead to arrange medical assistance. As we drove away down a narrow service road I hadn't found in my wanderings, Ranger Anderson asked me to describe again what I'd seen stalking me. I tried, fumbling for words that could convey the wrongness of the creature, its impossible movements, its mimicry abilities. She nodded slowly. "You're not the first," she said quietly. "Every few years we get reports. Most dismiss them as wilderness hallucinations, stress reactions. But you don't," I said, recognizing something in her expression. "Let's just say I've worked these forests for 23 years. There are things in the deep woods that don't match any known species, things that hunt differently." She fell silent as we emerged from the forest onto a paved road, civilization gradually appearing as we descended toward the nearest town. I turned for one last look at the receding tree line, and a chill coursed through me. At the forest edge, just visible in the fading light, stood a familiar silhouette. Even at this distance, I could make out that stretched, unnatural smile. It raised one elongated hand in what almost seemed like a farewell gesture. Then, with that same jerky motion, it retreated into the darkness between the trees, back to wait for the next unwary hiker to venture into its territory. The county hospital treated me for dehydration, multiple lacerations, and what the attending physician diplomatically termed acute stress reaction. The scratches on my arms required antibiotics. Infection had already set in, turning the skin around each wound an angry red. Ranger Anderson remained with me through the initial examination, then left to coordinate the investigation team heading to Michael Brandt's abandoned campsite. Before departing, she requested copies of all my photos and a detailed statement. "I'll come back tomorrow," she promised. Try to rest. Rest proved impossible. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw that stretched smile, those two long limbs, heard my name whispered in my own voice. The hospital staff eventually administered a mild sedative to help me sleep. Morning brought a police detective rather than Ranger Anderson. Detective Morales, a serious man with tired eyes, recorded my statement with professional detachment, asking occasional clarifying questions, but showing no reaction to the more disturbing elements of my account. When I finished, he nodded and closed his notebook. We've confirmed Michael Brandt was reported missing 3 days ago when he failed to return from a scheduled hiking trip, he said. His vehicle was found at the Whispering Pines trailhead. Rangers located what appears to be his campsite based on your photos. And the evidence, the drag marks, the clothes hanging from the tree? Morales hesitated. We found disturbances consistent with your description. The forensics team is analyzing samples now. You don't believe me, I said flatly. I believe you experienced something traumatic, he replied carefully. Whether that matches your exact recollection is what we're investigating. After he left, a hospital psychiatrist visited, asking questions that danced around the issue of hallucinations without directly suggesting I'd imagined the entire ordeal. I showed her my phone photos, which she examined with professional interest. These certainly corroborate elements of your account, she acknowledged, but extreme stress can cause the mind to create explanations for frightening or inexplicable situations. You think I invented a monster rather than accept I was being stalked by a human predator? I asked. She smiled gently. The human mind is remarkably adaptive. Sometimes creating a supernatural threat is easier to process than acknowledging human evil. I was discharged the following day with prescriptions for antibiotics and sleep aids. Ranger Anderson arrived as I was completing paperwork, her expression grave. I need to show you something, she said, guiding me to a quiet corner of the waiting area. She produced a manila folder containing photographs, official crime scene images from Michael Brandt's campsite investigation. These aren't for public record, she warned, spreading several photos on the table. The images confirmed my account, the circular stone arrangement, the abandoned gear, the drag marks leading into the forest. But the final photo showed something I hadn't seen. A symbol carved deep into the trunk of the tree where I'd found Michael's clothes hanging. Recognize this? Anderson asked. The carving depicted a stylized, elongated figure with disproportionately long limbs and an oversized head. Around it, smaller symbols formed a circular pattern. It matches the dolls I found, I whispered. Anderson nodded. These markings have been documented in at least 7 similar cases over the past 30 years. Always in the same section of forest, always associated with missing hikers. You've known about this thing all this time? She sighed heavily. What we know is that something happens to people in that area. What exactly? That's complicated. Complicated. People are dying. The official investigation focuses on potential human involvement, she continued, ignoring my outburst. Serial predator theories, ritualistic killings, that sort of thing. But unofficially. She hesitated, glancing around to ensure we weren't overheard. The local tribal council has declared that section of forest restricted territory for generations. They have stories about it, old stories about something that was neither human nor animal that learned to hunt by mimicry. They call it Wendigo territory. Wendigo, I repeated, remembering the name of the ridge where my ordeal began. Like the creature from Algonquian folklore. Similar but not exactly. The stories describe it as something that was once human but transformed through isolation and forbidden practices. Something that learned to mimic its prey before consuming them. She gathered the photos, returning them to her folder. The investigation continues, she said formally. But I thought you deserved to know you're not the first to report these experiences, and that some of us take them seriously. 2 weeks later, I received an official notification that the investigation into Michael Brandt's disappearance remained open but inactive due to insufficient evidence. Robert Kelly's case had been officially classified as accidental death resulting from exposure and animal predation. My photographs, statement, and the physical evidence I'd helped locate were all noted in the file, then effectively dismissed as the products of wilderness disorientation and trauma. Life gradually returned to normal. The scratches healed, though several left permanent scars. Sleep remained difficult, but improved with time. I moved forward, trying to forget, until the package arrived. No return address, no note inside. Just a padded envelope containing a single item, a small twig doll with gray hairs woven into its structure. That night, I woke to a familiar sound. My name, whispered in my own voice, coming from just outside my bedroom window. When I finally gathered the courage to look, I saw nothing but shadows. But as I turned away, one shadow moved differently than it should have. With that distinctive, jerky motion I remembered all too well. And even through the glass, I could hear it breathing.